Okay, welcome in, chat. We are live. Tennessee Houston is underway. Oh, Tennessee's not looking good. 2 points in the first 5 minutes, and that shot from the 3 point line was barely got the front of the rim, chat. So not an air ball, but we're good to go. Offensive rebound, take two. It was a little closer, still short though, but at least not as much of an air ball. But this is an exciting day, chat. We're working with a new and improved setup in the background right now. We've got some new and improved screen sizes, so now we can get a really good sense of what's going on, not just of course in the games that we've been following, and not just in the March Madness game today, but now we can like have a little NBA on the side as well too. Of course, NBA is not the side. I mean, it just happens to be the March Madness era, March Madness time. But in about an hour or so, we're gonna get a Cavs versus Clippers game in Cleveland. I guess injury reports. Do we just double check and see if everybody's locked and loaded for that one, chat? But I mean, with the way the Clippers have been playing, we were looking at the Kawhi numbers recently with the way they've been turning it around, and more so, really starting to pick up steam here down the stretch of the season. It's going to be a really good prove-it matchup for them and for Cleveland as well too, because I mean the Clippers are still in some ways more experienced. I mean, they are more experienced than the Cavs. The Cavs aren't like an experienced team yet. They might be a better team, the regular season stuff, all that, whatever. Peak of the powers guys, entering their primes at the right time versus the Clippers, sort of how many years do they have left, chat? But regardless, again, just the tested ability. We've seen Kawhi being able to start to get the efficiency back to that elite level, and their defensive matchup. That'll just be a good cross matchup between those two teams, chat. Finals preview? Do we need to do like a what is the potential like finals preview? I think we kind of know though. It feels like this year is the NBA a little like college basketball where it feels like the top teams are really dominant. I mean, the Clippers could be one of the few teams that could be in that mix. I guess both the LA teams is maybe not perfect in their rankings to where we would view them in the title race, but it's a lot of the top teams. Miami's sort of been a team that's been in the bottom half of the playoff mix that with Jimmy Butler could rise up and make a playoff run. The West hasn't necessarily had that. I guess with Jimmy Butler in the I guess maybe Jimmy Butler in Golden State, now that we say that. And of course with them getting all the pieces in health and aligning all that stuff correctly is going to be important too, chat. But maybe the NBA is a little like college basketball this year, where they were just showing stats a couple of minutes ago out of the last time out in the graphic for the game, where this is potentially the second time ever that the Elite Eight could be all 4 1 seeds, which, of course, we're going to get Auburn, Michigan State in the game after this, another one versus a number 2, and Duke takes down Alabama, and then Florida takes down Texas Tech, chat. And really, again, the only 10 seed we had the only double digit sort of low seed in the mix that could have been in there would have been Arkansas, but they got bounced but the Texas Tech, chat. And then Texas Tech to Florida. And then now we'll see what happens here with Houston versus Tennessee. But of course, just 1-2s all across the board. And then now potentially all the 1 seeds themselves even advancing on. And what was the other stat they showed? They showed the 1 seeds and just the amount of upsets as well too. They said that this was basically one other tournament that had this amount of high seeds. That's what it was, chat. It was the lowest sum of seed, like if you added up all the seed numbers for the Elite Eight, it was the second lowest of all time. Because again, just all the high 1-2 seed numbers, you're gonna golf score it, so it's a good golf score, I guess, but for the way that they were viewing that stat. But Houston is up 11-4. Do we need to get caught up here on what's going on in the game, and of course on what's been going on over the last couple of days of college basketball? Yesterday, an excellent day of college basketball as well too. And today, like we mentioned, just a great day of hoops. We got both college basketball games and a good NBA game. So it'll be a fun afternoon here, chat. But Cryer has definitely started off on the right foot. Did not play well. I mean, he was 2 for 13 in the last game. So 2 for 2. Immediately corrects it in this one. 2 rebounds as well. 4 points from Tugler. Is that how you say it? Tugler? Tugler? Shout out. But Ziegler 0 for 3. Lanier 0 for 3. And Gainey? Josh Gainey? Is this like a secret Josh Giddey? Who is this? 0 for 3 as well, too. 0 for 2 from the three-point line, chat. So 15-4, Houston's defense. And we saw as well, too, like Duke kind of dominate Alabama as well, too. You know, eventually win by 20. It's Duke's one of those teams as well, too. They're just so good. They hit that level where, you know, chat, I'm not going to start throwing out all-time comp before we hit the Final Four because now they're going to lose. It's just, there's other great teams in the past, I guess, where, you know, obviously if you lose the game and it's like a 3-4 point game, then you're like, wow, it's, you know, fantastic for the team that lost. Like, you're able to play them that close, you know? But there are times when they're just, the game gets out of hand, they're up 20, and you're like, oh, well, the team's just an awesome team, you know, just over the course of the game. They're kind of chip away at the lead and just continue to get more points and just slowly sort of grow the margin of victory. And they do have runs as well too, where, I mean, they'll definitely, you know, jump out in front of a team, but it's just like they slowly just get the lead more and more every time, and then all of a sudden the game's 20, 25, 30 points again. And there's other great teams as well too. I guess, you know, we can, like, that, not that 13-14 team was necessarily blowing every team out in the league that year. Of course, they definitely dominated the Heat in the finals, but, you know, they'd be kind of like that. And the thing is, in that finals, too, in that Game 5, they did kind of go on a run in the middle of that game as well. So it's not like they were just a slow chip away, even at that time. But you're always going to have a moment in the game where, you know, the tides turn as well. But it's like losing by 20 to Duke is not the worst thing in the world. You're like, you know, that's actually kind of a decent game. They just got out ahead there a little bit, and they're just a really, really good team. So Florida is not quite in that territory yet, but the matchups, of course, maybe have been a little bit different. Alabama, not quite the defensive team as well, maybe as some of the teams that Florida has faced. But I guess Texas Tech was not like a great defensive team this year. They were, I guess, a decent defensive team this year. Yeah, Maryland. You know, UConn, I guess, in terms of really getting nasty with the game. That would kind of be the one tough matchup. Arizona as well, too, like with Caleb. I mean, yeah, we're going offensive scoring. And Alabama only what were the final shooting numbers for Alabama in this game? 8 for 32 from 3. Duke, 6 for 13. Just crazy efficient. Barely even needed to take him, chat. And just mostly Knuppel, Proctor, and Flag. Or is it it's not Scion, chat. How are they saying it last night? Oh man, I'm a terrible person. I can't remember. But he wasn't taking any threes. But he did, and they did get to the free throw line a bunch, chat. 22-14 from the free throw line as well. But Flag has been really, 16, 9, and 3 again as well too. Always impacting on defense. And Proctor with a 17, 10, 2.5. So, I mean, the NBA guy's got to be looking at Proctor now. There's no way that he's not going to be, you know, do we need to do like a Strother comp, chat? What are we looking at here? Because Strother ended up being a first-round pick. And again, it becomes on need, like, does your team need a guard like Proctor? Versus Strother maybe is a little more of a wing. But for Strother, we've got, Strother's 6'7", 205. So, you know, maybe sort of similar BMIs for Strother and Proctor, but is Proctor, 6'5", or is he like 6'2", 6'3"? Is he in that true point guard range? Because again, if he's I'm always forgetting, chat. If he's like 6'3", then I could get it. 6'5", 175? I mean, what are we doing here, chat? 40% from 3? this guy's not going to be a useful NBA player, and he's only a junior. He's not even one of these guys, especially right now. That's pretty. That's not bad, chat. That's pretty good. I mean, if he's going to be in this mix for the 50s, I don't know. So you say I would tell him to be, and with the NIL as well too, that conversation of, do you want to go back and lead the team, and then maybe you get your stock, your stock rises a little bit if you actually see yourself in the main, if the scouts and the other NBA guys see you in a main role. But again, he's not even going to be a main. You're not drafting him to be the best player. Even if he does raise his stock, like he's going to raise, and shout out again. This is a pro Tyrese Proctor pod, so we're not going to cap his upside. But is he going to raise his stock to be like the #1 overall pick if he goes back? And just as a senior as well too, like, is that going to happen? You got Dimbasta in the class next year, and I guess I don't know all the names, chat, but how much higher is he? And then even if he's in the lottery, of course it raises the pay, which is important as well too. But then he's in a worse basketball situation, maybe responsible for more. I just think that this is the role that he would be in as well too in the NBA, is complementing the other good, the other high usage players around him, and guys like Cooper Flagg that are going to be handling the ball a little bit more. Knuppel as well too, who's maybe going to be creating his own shot, creating shot for other. But then Proctor can take over as well too. Again, maybe he's not going to be like a lead point guard off the bench type thing, but he's 12-2 this year, 10-3. Yeah, he's playing 30 minutes a game per 40. He's like 4 assists a game. He's not going to like light you up from playmaking aspect, but the 3-point shooting continues to be elite, and just to be on this kind of a heater in the tournament, chat, you love to see and that's, of course, that's skill, but that's mindset as well too. We all know that, chat. There's a determination that you can see with him, and he's rising to the occasion in these big moments, and Flagg's locked in as well too. And again, with Proctor being a junior, I'm sure that helps Flagg. Like, Proctor is, Flagg's the leader of the team, and I think Shire as well too. Like, he knows the NBA thing that I think is happening. Well, obviously he knows the NBA thing happening with Flagg, but the way he's kind of approaching some of the media stuff with him as a leader, I think the team understands that with him being the #1 pick and with him being a high-profile guy, that those storylines are obviously important as well too. And I'm sure they're obviously true. Like, I'm not saying that Cooper Flagg is, they're faking the storylines to raise Cooper Flagg's draft stock. I'm just saying, like, with Tyrese Proctor as a leader and as a guy with experience and a guy that just constantly is able to hit clutch shots, there's just a reliance there that I'm sure. And again, I don't know like the vocal dynamics of the team and all that stuff, but at least on the court, that kind of confidence has got to be important. Because again, with Flagg, Knuppel, and Malik, those 3 guys are seniors. And not to say that I guess they haven't really even been tested yet, chat, to be honest, which is, of course, to their credit. I guess the Arizona game, that score is going to look like Arizona was. Arizona was making it interesting at the end, but, that would have been, of course, disaster. That would have been, I don't know, would Coach K have even had a loss that bad, chat, in the tournament? I guess in terms of seeding and, the expectations going into the game, maybe. But in terms of on the basketball court, Duke fans, I've not to ask you to get, go back into your memory bank for your most painful memories. But would there have been a Duke loss equivalent to them, just stumbling at the end of that Arizona game and letting them storm back and letting them win? But yeah, of course, the first round is what it is. But Baylor not really able to do much in that game, and then Alabama as well too in this one, which. Shout out. We still had some of the remaining feelings from last year with Alabama as one of the mistress teams. Those feelings just don't go away, chat. But Sears, 2 for 12, 1 for 5. It's tough to see. 6 assists. He's a good point guard, like actual point guard as well, too. I know last year in the tournament when he was making the run, I was saying, is he a little like Brunson light, chat? But, maybe that's like still like the highest upside version of it. That's just the optimistic comp, obviously. I don't know what the other end of that pause, chat, but what that would be for who's like Brunson in the NBA but not as good, chat. Who's not as good Brunson in the league right now? I was gonna say Miles McBride, but I think McBride is good too. Obviously, he's not Brunson Chad, obviously, but I don't know if that makes. If Sears is Miles McBride, that's awesome. Sasser, I don't know. He feels a little bit more. I don't know. Sasser maybe a little bit. Sasser could have been maybe a little better defender in college, but either way, obviously with the 3-point shooting in this game, not ideal. Grant Nelson 5 for 10, 0 for 2 from 3. So what do you do, Chad? Obviously, Duke's defense has been good this year, as well as their offense. But again, speaking of NBA guys, shout out. Somebody gives Sears a chance. 6'1", 185, modern NBA. I don't know if he's going to be the highest guy up on anybody's draft boards. But yeah, the 3-point shooting this year just wasn't there in general. I was going to say that just the vibe of that, checking the box scores. He's been one of those. I haven't looked at the Sears numbers yet this year because, again, just looking at the box scores, it's like, they're probably not as good. So there's no need to go prove that to ourselves that he took a step back this year. But yeah, I mean, you see the number. I mean, Chad, who's not going to fall in love with Sears this season last year? I mean, look at he's literally 50, 40, and 85% from the free throw line, 21 points a game. Obviously, that guy is a good player in the NBA. A 50, 40, 80 guy that can give you 20. Obviously, he's going to look like Brunson Chad if he's putting up those kind of numbers. But this year, just 40, 34, 84% from the free throw line. Of course, he's still, a good shooter, Chad. Just pause. It's just not that. Just unfortunately not that. And then again, returning for the 5th year. I don't remember exactly where he was at in draft boards last year, but he wasn't like a lottery pick. But I want to say that he was definitely getting momentum, obviously, by the end of the season, and definitely worked his way into the first round. That's tough though, Chad. Let's see who was at the end of the first round last year. Just to remind ourselves. Because Castle was 4th off the board. So once Castle got picked, the rest of the draft just doesn't matter. We don't even need to go back into the draft to look for redraft scenarios. Just like Castle's been awesome, It's like, how did the Spurs mess up? Which guy could we have taken? Bub Carrington, chat, at 14, shout out. Collarman, chat. That's a who knows who that is? Ryan Collarman. You got Ryan Dunn, Isaiah Collier, and Baylor Shireman in the end of the first round. Terrence Shannon, Dylan Jones, Paycom Diante, Keyshawn George, A.R. Johnson, Deron Holmes. Shout out Holmes. It says here, of course, that he was drafted by the Suns, but through whatever trades, he ended up on the Nuggets. Would have been good for him this year, chat. Another guy, great in the tournament as well. Had a couple of nice tournament games. Of course, All-American last year. Did we just fall in love with the All-American teams? It was just the one last year, I guess, just because really fun, chat, with Sears and Holmes and Broom on All-American last year. I mean, it'll be an all-time All-American team for us to remember. But him, unfortunately, hurting his knee and then having to go down for the whole season before it even started is a sneaky loss for him. You see him right now, and of course, with the modern NBA, you need these guys. So with the team building aspect and with some of the heavy contracts, you need to be nailing your draft picks. But you kind of, I guess maybe for some of them some teams are more desperate than others. Do the Celtics need Shireman right away? Not really, but and do the Nuggets need Holmes right away? Is there a version of the Nuggets this year where they could make the finals without Deron Holmes? I'm sure it's on the table, chat. I'm just saying that's some good depth that they definitely could have had, and a guy that could have been impactful right away, especially with Strother sort of playing better this year as well too, and Peyton Watson. Some of us still have Peyton Watson stock, but who knows to what level that goes to. So Filipowski. I mean, these are some good, again, you get the college, the NBA thing. I think it would have been tough for Sears to get into the first round here, for sure. Tyson in Cleveland, is he still there, chat? And maybe just Cleveland is just so stacked right now that, Ty Jerome has just gone in and taken all the Jalen Tyson minutes. And maybe that's really what it is. Again, you draft kind of this secondary guard in the first round where you need some extra depth in the backcourt help. But then Ty Jerome just continues to emerge. He's a legitimate 6th man of the year, one of the best bench players in the league, chat. So Tyson, it's not that, again, you don't not need him. You just he has time to sit and develop, I guess. Time to do the quarterback thing and just now Jalen Tyson will be actually ready to play when Ty Jerome has to go sign a max contract somewhere, chat. Because make no mistake, the man will be making some money when he hits free agency. But see, even like Iguodala going to, and he ended up, of course, in Portland as well too. But that's a guy that you think could give you some. That's just with a lot of the ball handlers in the league. That's a guy that you can slot into a next to him, and he's going to give you defense and at least some energy stuff. Quentin Post, 52, chat. Is Quentin Post going to be one of the best 50-player draft pick people of all time? Quentin Post and Bronny James. Quentin Post, Cam Spencer, and Bronny James? It's kind of a stacked 50s this year, chat. Did we underrate the 50s in the 2024 NBA draft? Look at that. Because Quentin Post, again, he's been kind of nice. 588 minutes. 200 minutes almost for Cam Spencer. And Bronny James at 135, chat. Look at that. How many games has Bronny James? 23? Bronny James has checked into 23 games this year? That's actually kind of impressive, chat. Did we have an over-under? And again, you think the greater Bronny James picture. I mean, you got to give the man a round of applause for working his way back from a health standpoint. Of course, in the LeBron conversation, chat, one of the few things that, I guess not one of the few things, but one of the things that he did say that was like, obviously a good, something to remind you of and just to keep a good perspective was, of course, mentioning the health of his son and the struggles that he had there. And, of course, the scary moments that he had at USC. And, he was saying that he had other people in his life with similar things that had, legitimately taken multiple years to get back to, to just like get maybe a full normal sort of confident stride again, just with their everyday life. And, I don't remember the details of what he was saying, like the exact, I don't remember exactly what he was saying about the whole thing. But again, it just takes a while, Chad. That's a very traumatic and difficult thing to try to experience and go through. And, either way, Chad, yikes. But 23 games, shout out. You got to include it in. We can't have LeBron going on Pat McAfee talking about how Sam is dissing his family, chat, and his teammates. Make no mistake. And we're Are we afraid of LeBron, chat? We are right now. It is what it is. But we're also pro Bronny James as well too. It just happens to be the case. You can go back and check the tapes. But yeah, 23 games. Is this total points this column? 52 total points. So when he had 39 in the G League game, how many did he have in that one other game? Did he get to he didn't get to a 30 piece in the NBA, did he? Did he, chat? Hey, yo. He's not a rapper and leave out a P. Did he? Oh, 17 is the career high with in the NBA. 7 for 10. I guess I don't know if this is all the same game. These are all just his individual career highs. But the peak Bronny game right now is 17, 5 assists, 3 rebounds. Chat. It's a good player. Is he better than half the players in the league? Maybe he's still making his way there, chat. He's still making his way there, but we're going to have to go back and look at when LeBron tweeted that. If LeBron tweeted that at this time in the season, then there's maybe more of a case. Because again, you could throw Bronny out there right now, and he's going to be more impactful. Just you watch some of these games, and you'd be like, hey, anybody I know, throw him out there. Could he play 8 minutes right now? Could he hustle around and tank the way some of these teams want to be tanking? I mean, it makes sense, Chad. It makes sense. I don't know if we need to get a timestamp on when that tweet was, but yeah, I guess shout out to the 50 overalls in the 2024 draft. McCullough could still be a decent player, maybe, right, chat? Watson, is he still in Boston? I think Agencia I kind of liked in the draft as well too. I'll have to go back and check the tapes on that one. But the second round was kind of fun, Chad. I'm not even going to lie. I kind of like the second round of the 2024 draft. It is what it is. I don't know if I'm just a full-on... If this is the most degenerate of a NBA draft fan I've ever been. I thought maybe it was starting to not lose interest, but maybe my focus at the top would be more, it would be more just concentrated on some of the better players. But no, chat, the passion has been fully reignited. Pause. It's the second round. Enrique Freeman, Tristan Newton, Harrison Ingram. I remember I'm still in, chat. I'd go back and I'd draft Harrison Ingram all over again. I think there's still, maybe he's still part of the, is he still on the team? Did we trade him? I don't even know. But Mark Sears, second round, 2025, we're back in. I guess the problem is you watch the tournament, and then a lot of these tournament guys end up in the second round as well, too. Especially maybe just the guys that we can gravitate toward for watching and enjoying their runs, chat. I mean, look, you're going to have Broom as a potential second round candidate this year. Broom and Charlotte? Huh. Interesting, chat. Clayton in the second round this year. I mean, Clayton, chat, continues to just have a magnificent run. I know, like we were saying, we were falling in love with these players last year. And Clayton was a guy that I didn't want to necessarily, because again, we haven't been watching college basketball this year, and we're watching these tournament games late. Everybody in America is watching, watching not just the March Madness tournaments, but I guess not everybody's watching the conference tournaments. But, the more college basketball people that are interested in the bracket and in the tournaments are tuning in around that time. And then you get everybody, of course, tuning in once the brackets are filled out, once people are interested. In Houston, chat, it's just going to be a Houston day today. It is what it is. The first half, Cryer's out for revenge. Okay, he's 3 for 6. But the Houston team in general, up by 21. Tennessee has 8 points with 3:40 left to go in the first half. They have 8 points. The mid-range jumper from the free throw line, they finally get to double digits. They needed a little reverse jinx. They needed somebody to say it on the airwaves, chat. But 29-8, 28-3. Is the math in there somewhere, chat? We had 28-3 day a couple of days ago. In what Michigan State had that 10-point deficit they overcame on 28-3 day. So sorry to our Atlanta Falcons fans. It is what it is. But maybe this will be the day where that upset actually ends up happening. So, but the Houston defense is smothering right now, chat. They're just pushing the Tennessee offense farther out behind the free throw line. Oh, getting to the rim. Got a good look at the rim, kind of. Got the foul as well, too. So Tennessee, just settle down, Tennessee. Again, Houston, I guess they are scoring pretty well right now. They're at 29. So does this need to be like that Kentucky-Tennessee? And we saw in that Kentucky-Tennessee game as well, too. Kentucky a little bit. I guess I'm thinking that Houston has the lead this time. But so this would go against our case. But Kentucky, I was going to say, made the comeback a little bit there at the end of the first half, closed the gap just a little bit in that game pause. So I was going to maybe Tennessee, but again, the teams, we got our wires crossed thinking of the teams there. The teams were involved. We just don't have it all the right ways. So that happens sometimes on the Rem and Sam pod. It is what it is, chat. But calibrated. But anyways, yeah, Walter Clayton, like we're saying, you're tuning into these guys so late in the season that you can't necessarily say that like, oh, I was, like Walter Clayton is like one of the guys that you discovered or found watch. Because again, you just hear that like, oh, he's playing amazing. You start tuning into the games because of that. But the fact that he's delivering every time, I mean, Cooper Flagg, of course, in the way that Duke has been dominating again, Proctor has been awesome as well too. Like who the best player is in the tournament, whatever, MVP, tournament, just best performer, however you want to phrase it. But again, just Clayton in the big one. And he didn't have a great overall shooting day in that game against Texas Tech. But right when they need to storm back, like Clayton just going to walk out and hit 2 or 3 threes in the last like 90 seconds. And just all of a sudden Florida's winning the game. And now Florida's in the Final Four and the 1 seeds continue to dominate, chat. But has he been 20 a game every game in the tournament? I don't know if he's been quite that high. Yeah, he had 13 against Maryland in that last one. But, they were winning pretty comfortably in that one. So he didn't even really need to have the major performance as well. Oh, geez, chat. So for the tournament so far, let's see these last 4. And you see, I mean, 2 for 6 is not going to, like, destroy his tournament numbers. I mean, they haven't been necessarily his overall 3-point shooting numbers haven't necessarily been improving. But again, these games are going to get tougher. They're going to get more difficult. Grinded out style. Pause. But almost 46% from the field, 45% from three in 4 tournament games, 88% for the free throw line, and 22 points a game, 2.8 assists. So again, you start getting into the NBA stuff of like, oh, what are you gonna do? 6'2", but 195. I mean, he's pretty. You got a nice little stocky 6'2" sort of build. I don't know what the dimensions are to actually be classified as stocky, Chad, to be honest. But he's not necessarily a skinny 6'2". Anyways, he could probably hold up pretty good. Is he Lou Dort? I don't know if he's Lou Dort, and he had 14 free throw attempts in that game. What was he at for free throw attempts? Now we gotta go back and look. 8 free throw attempts per game. So you get the 3-pointer and the free throw. He's attacking. He's getting down. I mean, you can bring him in a slasher. I don't want to call him mini Devin Booker, Chad. But again, Mark Sears is Jalen. This is what happens in the tournament. Our team of second-round NBA draft picks. It's like, well, we thought we were taking Jalen Brunson and Devin Booker in the second round. Like, what do you want us to do? We have Mark Sears and Walter Clayton. But again, what are you going to blame us for taking All-Americans and guys that... You going to blame us for being Mike Mayock, Chet? And just taking guys that perform in the tournament? I guess that's what happens when you just watch the tournament, like we just admitted. Is you're, of course, going to take the best players in the tournament. So you better hope that actually works out for the NBA thing. Hopefully we have the number 1 pick and we don't blow it and go, is it Walter... Pause. Hey, yo. Is it Walter Payton or Walter Payton? Walter Payton or Cooper Flagg? Is that a closer debate than Walter Clayton and Cooper Flagg? Who knows? Walter Payton, 3-and-D wing. He might have been able to get it done. Chat. Pause. But yeah, second round's going to be lit again this year, chat. It's going to be fun. Of course, our guy James as well, too. You're going to have a couple of Duke players in here. Proctor, Chad, this is insane. What are we doing? Proctor at 58. Tankathon, I'm calling you out. You got to move Proctor up the list. Chaz Lanier, he's been great, but has he been great in the tournament? Has he been as good as Proctor? You got Caravan up here. Caravan's great, too, so shout out. Dink Paint. He's another one of our guys, chat. Dink Paint's on our watch list. Not necessarily that we've been watching him, but he's on the list. He's on the list, so that's what counts anyways. Broom. Chat. We're going to have to get Tankathon on and watch tournament. 19 hours ago? I feel like he moved Proctor down the list. I thought Proctor was at least in the high 50s a while ago. Yikes, chat. Cedric Crawford. Tazlamov Islovich. I think I just made that name up. Is that the Illinois center? If there is a Tazlamov Islovich in the draft, shout out. He might be a great prospect. But if that's not how you say the Illinois center's name, then shout out. But let's be honest, Chad. Who's gonna be better in the NBA? We'll have to get into the film and see. KJ Lewis, some of the Arizona guys, again, watching them versus, Proctor was better on the court. So that's what happens, as well, too. Again, you're watching Proctor against some of these other guys where maybe the NBA upside is higher with the Arizona guys when we actually really dig into the tape. But just in the one tournament game. So maybe that was the problem with Mayock, because Mayock just wasn't further digging into the tape. Because then you get down the... But then you end up just down some of these rabbit holes as well, too, where you're watching film of one guy and you just kind of notice over here, like, oh, who's this guy that keeps making plays? Who's this guy that's doing this thing? In any sport, chat. Basketball, football, I guess those two for us. But, either of the sports that you're watching, of course. And it just specifically to call out Mayock. But, and again, we haven't and Mayock's strategy wasn't a bad strategy. He was just taking the wrong guys off the team. But shout out Mike Mayock for his Raiders run, chat. It is what it is. But 40 seconds left in the first half. Tennessee for 3. Okay, they get a 3 to go. Is that Gainey again? Or is that Ziegler? I wasn't seeing who was making that 3. That's their first 3 of the game. That was Ziegler, chat. So either Ziegler or the announcer's wrong. We'll just have to see. Probably Ziegler. But Were they saying Ziegler last year? Maybe he clarified after, sort of becoming a more household name. But at least for the college fans, anyways. But you got him at 15 to 34, chat. And this over here, if you guys have been on the tournament website at all and been seeing some of these little channels over here, I mean, this has been a nice little bonus for March Madness coverage. I don't know if this is just live all the time, but that's just a classic games channel on the website. I mean, this is awesome, chat. I had this on the other day in the background at work when I was just trying to work on the computer, get some stuff done. And make no mistake, we were not getting any work done. There was like old Ja Morant tournament games. The RJ Hunter, Georgia State, Baylor upset was on at one point. I mean, just some classic, iconic games that we've reloved, that we loved in the moment, that have been on rewatching. No, we haven't caught like the Florida Gulf Coast reruns, so that's probably been on. We just haven't got it at the right time, chat. So that would be, I guess, the next one on the bingo card. Can we watch the Florida Gulf Coast classic game? I guess we're just gonna have to have it on in the background more. We're just gonna be grinding tape of classic games to try to get back to watching this old Florida Gulf Coast matchup. But the tournament highlights, I mean, just some classic stuff, chat. The classic games mostly is what has been clutch. And the NBA needs to be a better class. I mean, of course, there used to be the Hardwood Classic channels, so maybe there's a reason that there's not. I mean, it's just there's me and like 15 other people that want the Hardwood Classics channel, but I feel like that's what streaming is now. You're just siphoning off these different things for niches of like 15 and 16 people. So we need to have a more defined, a little bit better of a Hardwood Classics channel out there. Because the NBA does have they do have the fast channels out there. I don't remember what's that, free something streaming television, blah blah blah. So they do have like the Pluto TV, station. It does run classics, but sometimes you'll log on and it's like supposed to be a classic game, and then did they have the Celtics City documentary on, or did they have another Celtics documentary on trying to trick us into thinking it was Celtics City? I don't know. I guess shout out. We'll have to sit down and watch Celtics City, chat. But do I want to watch a documentary about how great the Celtics are? They've been. I feel like we've. Everybody's lived in, chat. It doesn't matter what. That's the problem with the Celtics and the Lakers is. Especially, I mean, the Pats is like a team, not just as like a Boston team, but as a team that was a dynasty within our lifetime. Was again like a dynasty within our lifetime, and for us that grew up rooting against that team, the era of football, like all the football that we knew, was the Patriots were good at football. But if you do know about history, you also know that the Patriots weren't an historically like great football team. But you know that the Steelers were like a team of the 70s and had some great runs in there, but just the consistent like decade to decade teams and competitiveness that the Lakers have had and that the Celtics have been, I guess the baseball thing, like probably the Yankees as well have been the other team in that mix. But again, for the sports that we're watching, there's probably soccer teams as well too that are out there. With the way that the dynamics of that sport and the way that they spend, it might probably have shifted as well too over the course of the years. Mission Impossible Final Reckoning. Oh, chat. I can't believe we didn't just stop everything and just watch that trailer. But with the way, of course, that soccer, like I'm sure that there's teams that have been down. Like how long, I guess I don't even want to throw out a team, chat, but like has Man City been dominant since, however, I guess college football as well too. You've got the big programs that have been dominant for forever, but even still, like Michigan, you could say, has been established, of course, been an awesome college football program for a while, but they didn't even win they won one national title from like the 40s all the way up until Harbaugh. And even, we'll take the Harbaugh one, but just from a big, obviously, but from a bigger legacy school standpoint, it's still like 2 national title games in the last 50 years. And all of these organizations and stuff are going to be tied to personalities and individuals, and like UCLA for college basketball, like it's going to be more dominant under John Wooden. They're going to have other runs where they pop out and they're going to be good as well too, like Indiana under Bobby Knight, Duke under Coach K. Like all these things are going to be built up under these awesome individuals. But that's why the Celtics are so annoying, Chad. That's why the Lakers are so annoying. It's because they're good every decade. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who they'll find a coach. They'll find a star player. They'll always have a guy. And it's different reasons of annoyance as well too. The Lakers, especially recently, have been, and I guess have always kind of, like Shaq as well too in the 90s and the early 2000s was like, I got to get out to LA. Like I got to get to where the stars play. So they've always been, just because of it being LA and being the star power thing, have always been like, guys want to go there. And Boston just always seems to get lucky, which I guess, so as a Spurs fan, like, you guys are going to be like, well, you guys get lucky as well too. But I mean, even still, like, we did draft Ginobili with like the 50th pick in the draft, and Parker was the 19th pick in the draft. Like, the Celtics get this dumb Nets trade where the Nets just give them every draft pick they ever have, and those draft picks end up being top 3 draft picks and just awesome picks, and the Sixers make this trade, and all of a sudden now they're getting even more picks and better asset accumulation, and it's just like they're just kind of stumbling into all this stuff. And it just, like, the history of the Celtics is them making these just trades with just these dumb teams, Chad. Just dumb trade after dumb. Didn't they get, I guess, maybe the Lakers got Magic maybe in some kind of trade. But did the Celtics get Bird? I think they got Russell in some kind of trade as well too, didn't they? Arbach moving up in the draft maybe, or something along those lines. There's all those guys that I guess we'll have to watch the documentary to freshen up on our history, chat. But it's like, oh yep, the 50s the Celtics were good. Yeah, the 60s the Celtics were good. Yep, they were good in the 70s too. And how about the 80s? Yep, they were good in the 80s. So we'll definitely, is there an episode on the 90s that we can watch, chat? An episode on the 90s and early. We just need a full docu-series on the Pitino era Celtics. And then that'll be the one that we'll tune in to watch. That would, I'm not even joking, Chad. That would actually be fully entertaining. I would be much quicker to watch that than Celtic City. If Pitino with, who was even on that team? Antoine Walker and Paul Pierce, and was there a Ricky Davis run in there, Chad? I mean, that's just much more entertaining. I want to see the Celtics win 40 games and not make the playoffs, and just, I guess they were in the conference finals. I mean, even for Celtics fans, you've got a highlight moment to get them entertained, and then we can the rest of the NBA can laugh at them and be like, aha, you guys were bad in the odds. But outside of those couple of years, it's like, yeah, we get it. You guys have been a historic franchise. That's bravo. That's awesome. But again, like, is there a college basketball school that has had the decade to decade sort of, and just Coach K was there for what, like 40 years. So Coach K alone was pretty close to making that a thing, Chad. Coach K is almost as old as the Celtics franchise. Is that true? I don't know if that mathematically works out, but it feels close. Not too far off. But San Antonio, we're definitely a really, like, it's awesome that we're a great franchise over the course of the history of it, where we've never necessarily been a bad team, but we're not a dynasty in every decade with just players on players. And I mean, even the Wembanyama thing, as much as it's like, oh, here we go again, the Spurs getting another big man, like, you still see that it's not a walk in the, I mean, Duncan won the title in like his first or second year, chat. Like, he just immediately, and again, he was a senior as well too when he entered the league, so he entered a little bit more polished than Wembanyama, but team as well too, of course, with David Robinson being injured for the year, was like, he walks in with immediately a much better player than Wembanyama's playing with as well too. With all due respect to De'Aaron Fox, we're talking about David Robinson here. It's just what it is. We're talking about one of the 50 best players in the history of the NBA. So just, he's like immediately just on the team with him, even though it's not like MVP David Robinson. Still, it's like pretty impactful David Robinson. So like, you still see that there's gonna be a process with this Wembanyama team. I mean, Tatum as well too. Like, Tatum was just in the conference finals. And I mean, that's the greatness of these players, and that we see kind of these storylines start to form early on as well too. But again, we get it, chat. The Celtics are good. Celtic City, Boston. It's an historic team. Larry Bird's awesome. Yada 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 yada. But anyways, why were we because anyways, the NBA, you need to get your hardwood, pause. But you need to get your classics channel back in order. It just full on. I mean, again, as a guy in his mid-20s, like, do I want to be the one in charge of programming the Classics channel? It's gonna be like, why are all of the classic games, why don't they stop at like 2006? But I feel like there's games that we'd want to watch from, not like oh, we remember that game, but you go back and you're looking at guys' box scores and you're like, oh, wait a second. Rick Barry put up a 35, 10, and 8 in this game against this star player who put up a 28, 12, and 7. And it's like, I'd throw that game on and just want to see what happens in that game. But again, speaking of like 2005, 2006, I was throwing on a game the other day where I think we were talking about it too. It was us stumbling around on one of these live streams and we were looking at Amari Stoudemire, and I was just like, I got to rewatch one of these Suns games, especially that Joe Johnson team chat and I just need to go back and revisit that era, because I'm not mad about how it played out either. I mean, obviously, the Spurs ascended. It was definitely like a Spurs-Lakers rivalry there in the early part of it with Shaq and Kobe. And then after they split up after 2004, then those last couple of years, it sort of moves into, or not last couple of years, but you get kind of like that 2004 to... Oh, I guess like the Spurs and Mavs, like we really battle out for like the next 10 years. But I mean, just like the really intense playoff battles, like the next 4 to 5 years. And I guess speaking of the era where it's the battle between the Spurs and the Mavs, and then the Spurs and the Suns, to complete the thought that I was going to say earlier, before the Suns teams, break up and go in a little bit of direction. And of course the Mavs teams change as well too, but Dirk is the common factor, throughout those teams. But again, I'm not mad about how those playoff battles played out, because the Spurs won a lot of them, but especially against the Phoenix Suns. But there's a couple of teams where you just look at the roster and you're like, okay. And again, I have an irrational love for Joe Johnson as a basketball player, Chad. So like Joe Johnson on a team, like, how did the Spurs win this? I'm so glad we won these playoff series against this team with Joe Johnson and Steve Nash. And I mean, Steve Nash is a scary player, Chad. He's MVP of the league. I mean, I know we have Tim Duncan, but Steve Nash is out here winning MVPs. Like, he's got me shaking in our boots. So, you get Robert Horry, throw him into the scores table a couple times, and then you're good to go. You just put these guys in check for the rest of the playoff series. It is what it is. That's good 2000s playoff basketball. But again, we were just bringing up Rick Barry a couple of games ago. So there's going to be some diverse programming. We'll use AI to like random decade generator help us program out the decades. And I mean, it might even be better programming, because I would be willing. I'm such a degenerate basketball fan that, and again, I don't have to actually sit down and watch every second of the programming on this station. I'll throw on a game from the 50s just to mess with people. Be like, you want to see George Mikan? I guess, did George Mikan play against Bob Pettit ever? If they did, guess what? Find the footage. I guess we're going to have a problem finding footage. We can maybe piece together. I guess we're making documentaries now, chat, to put on the Classics channel. I'm now destroyed the programming. But, like piece together, maybe best of like Wilt Chamberlain as well. Too. Best as, speaking of Bob Pettit, just like best of Bob Pettit. Like, imagine, chat, the Hardwood Classics channel, and then just from 1 to 2 in the after. I guess that might be kind of prime time. You might want a good game there, but we'd have to dig into the data and see what the best time slot to put the Bob Pettit highlights are. That'd be like a 2 to 3 in the morning. So for the degenerate basketball fans, chat, just be like, overnight, we're throwing on 50s and 60s basketball. I mean, season 1 of the NBA, we're just starting from the absolute beginning. I mean, I think it could be a smashing success, chat. I mean, Pluto TV, just slide into the DMs. NBA, the DMs are open. We're willing to talk about this programming. Because I want to dig into the archives. I want to see what kind of footage is out there for Drew. I want to see what footage we have for the 100-point game, chat. They say we have no footage. Well, let's find the Wilt Chamberlain footage that we do. Let's get some games out there. The Russell versus Chamberlain. You never see. I mean, even NBA. Well, maybe we can't speak for the the kids these days, chat. But I feel like at least people in my generation, the degenerate basketball fans. I mean, we know of the Russell Chamberlain. I mean, obviously, chat, we're not doing hot takes here. Like, we know of the Russell Chamberlain debates. And if you're a degenerate basketball fan enough to throw on the Classics rerun channel, if there is a Russell Chamberlain matchup on there, you're gonna be like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that, but that's actually pretty cool. Like, let's watch that for a second. Is there a way you can edit it? Maybe those older games, like, can we condense those down into an hour? Like, is there a way to maybe make those a little more viewer friendly for a modern audience, chat. I'm just saying there's meeting rooms, there's decisions that can be had and conversations that can be talked out, chat. So we just need to get in a room with, I guess Silver's probably, it's probably a little below Silver's pay grade, but whoever Adam Silver wants to assign to the Pluto TV programming supervising role, because again we'll do the programming, but there's gonna be a supervisor that we'll be reporting to. We're not just gonna get free reign of the NBA Rem and Sam Hardwood's Classics channel, which we might have to workshop a different name than the Hardwood Classics. But again, it's we get it as well too. I mean, could Gridiron be a pause if you really wanted it to? It could, for sure. But I mean, Hardwood's just a little more, it's a little more aggressive, chat. It is what it is. There's really no getting around it. But Cleveland versus the Clippers should be starting up any second here. Well, any minute here, chat. But let's get this game fired up. Again, new and improved setup, chat. Unfortunately, not only is it, well, it's a good sports day to test drive it. March Madness and the NBA, I mean, you can't really get much better than that. But, some like NBA playoff type stuff. I guess, really like peaky, but, peak March Madness days as well, too. Perfect for it. The NFL sort of NBA mix, when you get that going, especially on some of those especially as the NFL expands its schedule on some of these weekday scenarios, just a random Thursday, a random Monday, we will be cooking, chat. And just the multiple NBA games as well too, where we'll be able to balance some of the prime time in the league pass maybe a little bit better than we've done before. I mean, we may never leave this couch, chat, until we go to break in like a couple of minutes. But up until then, we're just going to be planted right in this seat. Even during break, maybe I just won't get up. I'll just sink further into the seat cushions. But, yeah, Mitchell, Kawhi Leonard. I mean, Kawhi Leonard is not... what's the eligibility for him for... He's probably not eligible for All-NBA. There's no way, chat. Do we have to... The NBA might have to just lower the game limit. Be like, oh, well, I guess we're going back down to 60 games. It didn't work. 30 games? Oh, man. I forgot he did miss that big chunk of the season to start. Is there need to be like a second half All-Star team? Maybe we need to figure that out. A first half All-Star, a second half All-Star. Not a game. Maybe if you get rid of the game, then you can play with the teams a little bit more like that. Where you go, okay. Because I feel like with the All-Star, it's not... You don't always lean into the big picture the same way you do with the All-NBA. But in some tiebreaker-y scenarios, you can get there. And you also feel sometimes the need to reward the good teams in the moment as well, too. We're like, oh, this team is a 2 seed right now, so we've got to make sure that they get, 2 or 3 players in for proper representation. But, like a team like Houston, and Houston didn't have, multiple All-Stars, so I guess it worked out properly. But, a team like that in the past maybe gets 1 or 2 in, and they end up as like a 4 or 5 seed, and you're like, oh, well, maybe not fully, didn't perfectly project how the season would play out there. But if you got rid of the game, you didn't have to play... 2 All-Star games. Like, oh man, we don't want to make the All-Star Season 2 team because they have to play an All-Star game right before we hit a playoff run. But you could just have your first half All-Stars, your second half All-Stars, and then your All-NBA guys are your season-long performers, which maybe makes it, to bring LeBron back into it, chat, does that make the LeBron stuff hey, that's the full season award, Because is Kawhi been better than... I guess it's a close one, Chad. They got a good win against the Grizzlies team that just fired their coach the other night. But regardless, a good win. And I always forget that Ben Simmons is on this Clippers team, Chad. Is Ben Simmons... I guess, shout out Ben Simmons, but that's just the phase of his career that he's in right now. He needs the playoffs. It's a couple of national... TV games, because the Clippers haven't been necessarily a big national TV team either. They have been sort of a sneaky league. Like, you wouldn't say Clippers league pass MVPs. They got Kawhi, Harden, and Ben Simmons, Chad. They got a They got star combination for a top 3, but they haven't. I guess we'd have to look at the breakdown for the games, but I don't feel like they've quite been there as much as some of the other teams. So Tennessee wandering back on the court for the second half against Houston. Cavs versus Clippers about to fire up. Perfect time, I think, to take a break and be back in time for the second half. AI bots, get out of the chat. Unless these are some legit streams. I mean, we're always willing to, be the Robin Hood and give the, steal this. Are we willing to steal the streams and give it to the poor? But we're not endorsing anything in the chat. How do we clean this up? Oh, well, we'll figure it out over break. We'll be right back. Okay, chat, we are back. Second half underway. Cavs Clippers about to start up. Shout out our guy Brad Daugherty on the call, and of course his keys to the game. I think his keys to the game every game for the Cavs are just the centers. I mean, it is what it is. It's the keys to the game are just whatever position the play by chat, but whatever position the announcer used to play is just the keys to the game. If Steve Kerr's calling the game, obviously he's coaching for the last several years, but if Steve Kerr's calling the game, it's the spacing. If a center like Brad Daugherty's calling the game, it's the centers. If Chuck is in the booth, he's like rebounding is always super important, but it just makes sense to lean into what you know about basketball. But, I mean, for the Cavs as well, too. It makes sense, of course. That is probably going to be the strength of the overall depth of the matchup as well, too. Again, shout out to Zubats. He can make anybody work for a day. But in terms of, the depth, the overall minutes, if Cavs have both their guys healthy, they have a little bit more of a rotation to try to dig into. And, again, 21 points for Houston over Tennessee, chat. And I might actually have to watch college basketball next year all season, chat, just to see if it actually really is broken and just to see what's going on. Is it a transfer thing? I guess maybe is it going to be more important to monitor what's going on in the off season as well? Like, I don't believe that college basketball is in a position where this is what it's going to be every year. The top 4 teams, I'm again, not feel like I'm making crazy hot takes here. But in terms of the conversation about the talent working its way upwards as much as it does, like, is that a thing, chat? And, sometimes it's just the mobility of it. And like we were saying, guys follow their coaches. Some of the coaches have been moving upwards as well, too. Like Indiana, for example, just made a coaching change, and then all of their, like, literally everybody on the roster is either graduated or entered the transfer portal. So, are they gonna split off? And then I guess, like, see, I don't know, is the Indiana team, who's the national title guys, who's not, what is that, what is capable for remaking a roster in one season? Like, that's pretty impossible, bringing in that much. But then again, with the transfer portal, like, could you still get some kind of 500-ish team in the mix to compete and try to be feisty with? So college basketball, I might be back in, chat. I might be locked in. Is it just Dusty May? Just subconsciously just more excited to be tuned into the greater college basketball landscape, knowing Michigan has a chance to compete? It might be the case. But there still is that new old guard. Is that a good way to put it? Because, again, like we were just in the last several years, it feels like we're still in the... Because, like, Self is still hanging around, and with just the trickle-off effect of, if that's the thing, chat, that might be a pause, but we just, like, Roy Williams 1 year, Coach K 1 year, like, again, Bill Self is still hanging around, like, Calipari is still a guy that you would say competed against those guys, so he's kind of in that mix, but, and he did go back into the 90s as well, too, with his college basketball landscape. Patino as well, too, as, like, an old guard type of guy, but I guess Sampson goes back, like, Kelvin Sampson goes back quite a ways with his basketball run as well, too, chat. I would believe so. Yeah, 88? Come on, chat. What are we doing here? Washington State, Oklahoma, Indiana, and then Houston in 14-15. And that's when, I guess, some of these Oklahoma teams were up in the top of the AP, chat. Who was on the early 2000s Oklahoma team that finished as the 3rd best team in the nation? 31-5. Hollis Price, Aaron McGee, Jason Dietrich. Shout out Johnny Gilbert as a young top 100 recruit, just hanging around on that team, I guess. Darian Selvey, chat. Okay, not a lot of names that have necessarily made it into this era. Maybe there's a couple added onto this 02-03 team that were different, or the experience that they brought back. Kevin Bookout, D'Angelo Alexander, Jabari Brown, Johnny Gilbert, Blake Johnson, Hollis Price, E.B. Airy, Quanias Washington. So Hollis Price, really, shout out, probably Oklahoma legend. doing a lot of carrying, chat. Oklahoma fans are like, how do you not know about Hollis Price? My bad, Sooners fans. I'm locked in now. Today is the day, mark it in the history books, that our knowledge was updated to include Hollis Price as an Oklahoma Sooner legend. But, yeah, there is sort of, I guess Izzo is still hanging around as well, too. But it's still those top guys. And especially today as well, too. Like, we got Izzo, Bruce Pearl, Rick Barnes, and Kelvin Sampson all facing off against each other. So that's what I'm saying. College basketball has moved to the point where Rick Barnes is now at the top. Pause. Hey, yo. But that happens, chat. You stay in it long enough, and sometimes you end up where you want to be, chat. Rick Barnes could be in a, well, I guess right now he's down 20. But, you know, in the Elite Eight anyways. With the chance matched up. And like we've gone back into some of those matchups, not one that you would look, and maybe the severity of the loss, you would look back and go, oh, yeah, that's not great. But you're not going to be totally shocked that Kelvin Sampson got a win over Tennessee in an Elite Eight matchup. It's not the most disappointing thing in the world. So I guess, you know, if you're winning a title, at the end of the day, you're going to have to, you're not going to necessarily, you're going to have to upset somebody. You're going to have to establish yourself. You're going to have to take a guy's spot on the way at some point. You're probably not going to just get the matchups of like, oh yeah, everybody I'm in this against is somehow I'm the much more established. I mean, you can get to that point, but again, you've probably had to have taken somebody's spot in the past to get up there. So, like Dusty May, has he necessarily taken a spot from one of these other guys? Not quite yet. John Shire, it's a little different because, but then, you know, Dusty May is kind of a Boeheim, in that Boeheim tree. Like, I know there is a coach between him and Boeheim with John Howard's tenure in there, but Boeheim was established as one of the best coaches in college basketball, the Michigan program as well, too. So, as a descendant of that, like, he still has a sort of an inherited spot at the top of the list. Like, if Shire can take Coach K's spot and just step right in as the Duke head coach, like, Dusty May still has pedigree as, again, the Michigan head coach chap. But there still is that established top of college basketball that is still dominating right now. And Izzo versus Shire is going to be a potential, like Izzo versus Bruce Pearl, I guess, is the matchup today. But just like in theory, Izzo versus Shire matchup would be a really interesting coaching battle. I know the way the Duke roster is built, of course, maybe it's just too overpowering this year. But if there is a coach to just say, like, hey, can we throw a team of guys out there? If there is a Gene Hackman that could Hoosiers up a team in college football or college basketball, chat, to get the upset against the top team, like, it is Tom Izzo. Tom Izzo is probably the Gene Hackman of college basketball right now. But again, with the way that with Duke, it maybe just Duke's year. It is what it is. But that would be an interesting establishing game for, you know, the changing of the guard a little bit. And like we're saying, even Kelvin Sampson, like the year-to-year sort of consistent, this team is going to be a national title team. Like, you know, again, these Sooner teams were good teams and making good runs in the tournament as well, too. It's not like they were necessarily, I mean, basically in Final Four and Elite Eight teams for both of those years. But, and then another run there where they finished 6th as well. Or they got up to 6th at one point. I guess that may have been in the start of the season, just off of the hype of being number 3. And then, you know, didn't quite finish the season as you'd expect. Got back up into the top 20 the next season. And then 24 after that before he was let go. Then the Indiana to start Houston runs, not doing much. But, you know, at least now the last 5 seasons or so has peaked in the top 5 of the AP a couple times. Then, you know, the last 3 seasons has really established himself as the best team in college basketball in that conversation anyways in the regular season. So I know it's a little bit like he had a 3-year run there as well, but it, again, to surround it with some a little bit more top-end consistency is, you know, important for establishing himself as well, too. So it's like he's finally ascended to the top as like a guy. Maybe it's a new guard. Maybe it's an old guard, Chad. But Mobley over-dribbling right away, losing the ball. Is that Dunn? Chris Dunn making an impact? could be a sneaky playoff performer for the Clippers. Harden with just a quick 3 right away. Is there no Kawhi tonight? No Kawhi. Do we have to do a Kawhi update, chat? Oh, man. Where are we at here? Listed as... Oh, so just out. Okay, so not weekly or day-to-day or whatever. Just out with the knee. Are they on a... Did they play last night? Again, Duke, Florida, kind of absorbing a lot of the college. And, there's the Lakers, Grizzlies, Spurs, Celtics. So that was kind of the TV rotation last night for our viewing experience. But they played... Oh, no, they played Brooklyn a couple nights ago. So I guess just Kawhi, you know, he's played almost 6-7 games in a row here. Like, the man's got to take a little break at some point. How many games in a row do you want the man to play? That's a full playoff series. I mean, you want the man to play more than a playoff series? Is he going to have to play more than one playoff series this year? I mean, what are we doing? You got to give the man a break at least once. So that'll definitely make this Clippers-Cavs matchup a little less title-y, a little less big picture impacty. But still, Harden and this team are still able to hang, obviously, with any of these teams. I mean, they're up 5-3 right now, chat. So for the Cavs, maybe, as a sort of how do they just continue to end the season as well? Because Boston, and I know Boston, like, again, they just played San Antonio. Like, they're not the same level of competition here. Like, San Antonio right now versus the Clippers right now, even with, like, literally right now, without Kawhi Leonard, it's still not really a competition as to who the more difficult matchup would be. But regardless, it does seem like Boston is, of course, trending upward, chat. And the Cavs, they're not trending downwards, but it doesn't feel like they're playing their peak basketball anymore. It feels like they definitely peaked a little bit earlier in the season. I don't know. I guess we can check here as we look at their schedule what that longest win total is. And maybe the Celtics have had, maybe they had a better win total this season. I guess to start the season, yeah, just as 15-0 is crazy. What did they have? 2 or 3 12-game win streaks maybe throughout the course of this year? Yeah, I mean, in February, of course, ripping off a bunch of wins in a row. And then after that, chat, like literally right off the heels of this win streak, sort of. And again, like they're still going to be, 60-plus win team. Did they cross 60 win mark yet? No, still 59-15. So 60 wins on the line today. And you got the Knicks as well, too. The Pistons, like we're saying, the Pistons are definitely playing really well right now. They're still getting wins against the teams that, you'd expect. Magic, Clippers, Kings, Suns, and then Pistons again. And Clippers tonight, again, it's a thing to keep an eye on, chat. It's a team that's not necessarily championship tested either, so there's just that less of a benefit of the doubt factor that you have to give them as well, too. Like I've said with Boston, we do have to give, or I guess maybe I have a question with Boston a little bit, like what is the benefit of the doubt factor that we do have to give them, because they are a successful playoff team, and I think they've gotten a strong, Stephen A. said earlier in the season, chat, one of the non-drama things, one of the on-court things, he did say, I guess, maybe this is a drama thing, I don't know. Tennessee down 14. Uh-oh. Here come the balls, chat. But one of the things he did say as well, too, was that, of course, a lot of the basketball conversation this year surrounding Cleveland, the reason that they've been a team that has been such hyped up is because we've sort of assumed that Boston is going to be a competitive team like that. So they are getting the benefit of the doubt as we expect them to look a certain way in the playoffs. But in terms of what we actually expect them to accomplish in the playoffs, like what kind of the benefit of the doubt are we giving them in that standpoint in a way? But again, we're just not giving, like Cleveland hasn't really had any of that yet. So whatever the conversation would be to, for like Boston, how much leeway do they get based on some performances, just in terms of our confidence in the public perception of it. The Cavs are just going to have a little less. And still have the Knicks, still have the Kings who we saw get a win. Pacers have been playing well. The Bulls. The Bulls are unstoppable right now, chat. Josh Giddey, Buzelis. It's the incredible what a time for Do we just keep it moving, chat? But you got Connect and Reeves in L.A., Giddy and Buzelis and Chicago. But Giddy and Buzelis is also an international combo because Giddy is Australian as well too. So, you know, that's kind of in its own separate category. But New York again, Indiana again. It's not an easy schedule here to end the season. And, you know, Eastern Conference teams as well too. Teams that they're going to directly be seeing in the playoffs. Teams that could gain confidence over them depending on what happens in certain matchups in the regular season. Like if Indiana just unlocks some stuff in some regular season games here over the last couple, and maybe Cleveland has to actually, you know, they do have a 4-game lead on Boston right now for that 1 seed, but I don't know if we have to look at the remaining Boston schedule here and see what they've got upcoming for easy schedule games. But 4 games is not impossible to overcome right now. So it's not like they're locked in to the 1 seed by any means. Let's see here, chat. So Grizzlies tomorrow. Oh, wait. Excuse me, chat. Grizzlies tomorrow. Then Miami, Phoenix, Washington, New York, Orlando, Charlotte, and Charlotte. To end the season, just hanging out in Charlotte for a weekend, I guess, in April, just to celebrate the end of another successful regular season if you're Boston. So a little bit of an easier. Actually, I think Tankathon does have remaining schedules on here. Let's see. At least they do for the NFL. Yes, sir. Remaining strength of schedule. Phoenix has the number 1. Boston, yeah, Boston has the 29th easiest remaining strength of schedule, and Cleveland has the 8th most difficult. So this could fluctuate, you know, depending on the next couple of games, how stuff factors out. But again, it's not necessarily them super locked in. 8 games. Could Boston go 8-0 in these last games and Cleveland go 4-4? And then I don't know what that would set up for tiebreaker scenarios if the records are exactly even, because they did split in the regular season. So would it be like conference record next? And then, you know, what are we getting into? But now a little flurry from Cleveland, chat. And they are up 8-13. Houston hits a shot. 46-30. So foul on the play on the Tennessee possession. They feel like, again, the minute-to-minute thing, you're going to have to find a way to get it to 10 points with 10 minutes. A couple of threes here. And not necessarily, maybe 12 points with 10 minutes. Is there a little leeway? But, again, just a little, especially depending on today, what is a potential could happen with I guess again, the 1 seed's just not totally out of play, I think, for Boston at this point. Is it a little bit of a long shot? But still something that Cleveland has to be just focused on playing well at the end of the regular season if they want to make sure to maintain competitiveness maintain competitive advantage through the Eastern Conference playoffs like that. But yeah, shout out to the Cavs and the Celtics chat. And really, it's probably just I guess you got 3 matchups against Washington, Charlotte, and Charlotte. You know, one of those Charlotte games will probably be feisty for a little bit. Phoenix with Durant and Booker, who knows if they'll be playing by the time this game rolls around. I guess I don't remember if that was the game that they had on Wednesday. No, they had that game Friday. Ooh, so we might be live chat for Celtics versus Suns. That could have been on the ESPN slate for when they made the schedule. They're like, that's a lock. Booker and Durant at the end of the regular season versus Tatum and Brown. There's no way that matchup doesn't go well. And it's been a much more even field goal shooting half for Tennessee and Houston. They just showed the numbers basically pretty much the same. But that's not going to do you anything, chat. You're down 20 going into the half. So you're really going to have to win the free throw advantage. Ah! At that point, if you're going to try to keep advancing. But Cryer now, you know, 2 Final Fours with 2 potential teams. If Tennessee or if Houston could knock off Tennessee here and continue to get this win, because I know maybe, again, he wasn't the best main player on that Baylor team, but still a main piece, still a guy that they had in the rotation as a part of the lineup. And I know we can't really do the college multiple team things from a legacy standpoint the same way you would do from an NBA thing, but you know, you can do that with like role guys as well too. And again, Cryer's more than a role guy here in this Houston lineup, but you can definitely do that with those guys as well too, with the various levels which they impact the teams. And you know, a guy like Ori can be a role guy on multiple teams that are really competitive and win the final. You know, a guy that we bring up quite a bit, Chad, I feel like Bob Dandridge, you know, being like a guy that was he like second or third best team on those Bucks teams that won the finals, and then second or third best team on the Wizards teams that won the finals. You know, he could impact the game at various roles throughout the various stages of his career. But for Cryer, that is, and maybe for a potential NBA thing as well too, Chad, to continue our NBA thing, I guess. I don't know, again, once you really start digging into some of the metrics, what we're looking at for Cryer. Is he in the 6-foot range yet? 6'1"? Oh, chat, sorry about this. 6'1", 185. 15, 2 and 2 this year. 42% from 3. 41% from the field. So he is actually worse from he's worse from 2-point range than he is from 3-point range. Led the conference in 3-point shooting each of the last 3 seasons. Is actually pretty crazy, chat. So led it with 38% last year. Not a great 3-point shooting conference, I guess, just in general, in 23-24, but 41% and then 42.4% this year. And he's been 5 attempts or 7 attempts almost a game every year. I guess that 38% year, he's almost 8 attempts a game as well. But this year he was 39% on his 2s. So not great maybe around the rim. I don't know if they have the pause. I don't know if they have the shooting breakdown. No, they don't have that the same way they do for the pro one. They're not keeping the advanced analytics for the college guys at the same level, chat. They're not putting in that kind of work for the amateurs. It's just what it is. Too many conferences, too many guys. At least give us the elite stats for the Power 5 schools. Some of the bigger conferences that we can look at. Hey, yo. But 91% for the free throw line as well, too. So another Sasser comp. We're just going to keep comping guys to Mark Sasser because, again, the Pistons are playing well right now. And they definitely turned that team around. And 6'1", 190. I mean, again, if Sasser, chat, 25th overall pick, they'll take anybody. Anything's on the table. So that's going to sound like a shot at Sasser. I'm just saying that's not necessarily the NBA sort of profile you would... Ah! Whoa! Whoa, that was a fully exposed yawn, chat. That was aggressive. But it was not like a NBA measuring checkbox that you would meet for Sasser. But Cryer's basically the same. So whoever we compared to Sasser earlier, scratch it and switch it over to Cryer. Sasser also from Houston. So that's part of draft comps, I think, is the school-to-school comp. Maybe it makes it easier, but it just happens sometimes, Chad. You know, schools gravitate toward the same types of players. Systems can accentuate certain types of attributes and good elements and whatever of guys' games. Maybe it puts a guy in a certain role on the team that is able to help him be a more consistent contributor than some other guys. So it does make a lot of sense to look to the teams and look to the others, look to the same sort of similar stuff to make the comps all the time. Though sometimes it does feel like you're not necessarily trying. It does oftentimes make sense. So at the end of the day, I guess the making sense is the important part. Right? Like, if it's an easy comp, it's an easy comp. It's just what it is. Oh, Tennessee fouled going to the rim. A chance now to make it 12. So he said they got to get it to 12 with 10 minutes, and they can get it to 12 here with 9:50. So a little bit on pace for what we were saying. And not that Houston could fully let them back, but at least Tennessee is closing the range. They're making it more realistic. What's Gainey's stat line for the day? 14 on the day? Gainey's been good today, chat. I don't know if he's working his way up our NBA boards. He definitely is. Our Austin Spurs? Ugh. You gotta have guys on every portion of the roster, chat. Every team's got to have stars, even the Austin Spurs. Gainey on the Austin Spurs. That'd be the two things I'd want to be in charge of programming of. The NBA Classics channel, and I guess I wouldn't want to be. I'm just saying I would offer the services. That's the reason they don't have it, is because nobody wants to do it. But I guess not programming for the Spurs, the Austin Spurs, but GMing for the Austin Spurs. See, that would be our specialty, chat. That's really, I think, the ultimate goal is an NBA. I mean, NBA teams would be fun for sure. I mean, make no mistake. Running an NBA roster, who would not have a good time trying to win an NBA title? I'm just saying that you see what happens a lot of times with in the draft. The guys that we gravitate towards make fantastic G League players. So maybe we kind of know our strengths. We know our role. We're building G League powerhouses every year. We're like, I mean, you know, who's the Drake coach that just got hired by Iowa? I was coaching like Div 3. Was winning like the national title in Division 3 every year. We're just the Ben McCollum of the G League, chat. I guess John Wooden wasn't a GM, but you know, John Wooden of the G League. Just Bill Russell, 11 straight titles, 11 titles in 13 years. Lock it in. Janai Broom on the Austin. I mean, that's the team right there, chat, that we were talking about earlier. That's our team. Would we have Proctor and Janai Broom on the Austin Spurs? I mean, give us the tie. Just give us the ring before the season even starts. Does the Austin Spurs, can we get that in the G League salary cap? It's like 2 G League max players. It might not even be able to work. But if we can somehow figure out a way to cook the books, get Proctor, get Broom. What do the Austin Spurs have right now? I guess we're taking over the Austin Spurs. City Sissoko, chat? City Sissoko, our guy. Get him in the mix as a wing on that team. That's a baller team. Broom is unfortunately going to be too good. Again, he's like top 35 right now for NBA. So for draft on Tankathon. So he's a guy that definitely will be playing in G League games probably, but not fully a G League player. So again, we need to make sure that we get Janai Broom just on the roster in a way so he can dip in every now and then and benefit our G League team. He can be like our Luka Garza. Luka Garza steps in, drops like 30 and 15 when he walks into a G League game. It's like Luka Garza with a 40 and 20. Janai Broom just leading the G League in scoring, but he plays 6 games. It is what it is. 13 points, 8:45. We've got a review break here. Bring it in, Gene. Do we need to get a rules expert on Rem and Sam? Maybe. Are they looking for goaltend on this? Or a foul? It's not goaltend. That's a call, chat. Just get this thing moving. It doesn't hit the backboard. It's not on its way down. And it's not over the rim. What else do we need to see? You got 2 angles. Get one for where it's at going over the hoop, and the other one where it's at on its way down, up and down. And then you're chilling. Cryer might be another guy addition to the Austin Spurs. He just might be a player that could potentially be on that team. So 2 free throws here. Chance to make it 35 to 48. Jemai. And it has Rick Barnes. I mean, what is even the largest Rick Barnes AO chat? But what are we even talking about for his history of these type of comebacks? Like, he might be feel like he's a little Doc Riversy, where he might be giving a quote of like, I'm not getting enough credit for being up 3-1. Like, what about all those times I was actually up 3-1 and got 3 wins in the playoff series? Like, Rick Barnes is like, hey, yeah, but we were actually up in that game. So who's actually the real winner? It's like, well, actually one of them did advance on to the actual finals. But again, we'd have to go through and actually remember the Rick Barnes history and try to put together the pieces. Swinging the ball. 3. No good, chat. No good. So the missed free throw is not good on the other end, but they can get back to 35-48 here. And driving to the rim is exactly what happens. Tennessee down 12. Lanier, 3 for 15, 7 points, but he hits a big one there. Okay, Cryer now as the main guy. Maybe we jinxed him earlier, chat. Oh, no. My apologies to the Houston fans, but again, skip to the corner. In and out. Oh, offensive rebound. Oh, a big offensive rebound. Was that Cryer? Whoa. Tracking down off the back of the rim three-pointer. Cryer also 5 for 13 in this game as well, too. 12 and 7, though. 7 rebounds for a guard his size. That's the toughness. He'll crash the glass, chat. He'll mix it up. He didn't necessarily have to fight off like a box out there, but made sure to stay with the play. Stayed tracking the ball. Got in position for the rebound. Put it right back up on the floater. Up 15. Could have easily have been a missed 3 by Houston. Back the other way. You know, now all of a sudden it's 35, 40, 47. Now all of a sudden you're back down 12. And you're probably in the same spot again with the confidence in the comeback of it, but at least now you've closed the gap a little bit more. Pause. So Cleveland, the Clippers without Kawhi Leonard are now down 17. Oh, make that 14. Make that 14, chat. 17-34. So I know we just threw out that number quite a bit there, but 17-34, 14-point deficit by the Clippers, and the Cavs just hit another 3. So back to 17, 37-20, and the Clippers just hit another 2, 15, 22, 37. A fast-paced sequence of offense by these two teams. Is Harden in the game? Harden is in the game. Oh, I forgot they had Bogdanovich as well too, chat. The Clippers are a scary team. Fully healthy, you have Kawhi, Harden, Bogdanovich, Zubats as your main 4, and then I guess they traded Terrence Mann in the Bogdanovich deal, chat. But Batum, Simmons out there potentially. Simmons out there right now, chat. But those 4 guys together, Kawhi, Harden, Bogdanovich, and Zubats, that's potentially fun. Let's see what our guy Big Zoo has been up to, chat. Is that a good nickname? Are we approved to say Big Zoo? There's no way that's not on here. Basketball Reference, put Big Zoo on the Ivica Zubats Basketball Reference page. The man needs a little update real fast. 16 a game this year, 16 and 12. 62% from the field. Zubats, career year. Entering the peak of his powers, chat. Hopefully Zubats is not up for free agency. Zubats and Ty Jerome are going to get signed away in free agency by these teams and try to turn around like the Utah Jazz. It's going to be Cooper Flagg, Ty Jerome, Zubats, Coffee at the line, chat. Amir, that is. 130 or 37. 22, 7:03 left in the first quarter. Oh, there's Jace, chat. Jace Richardson, Janai Broom. A battle of the conflicting feelings. Michigan State, the rival. Janai Broom, the guy that just upset Michigan. He was brilliant in that game. I know that the other guy, I can't remember what his name off the top of the head. He just paused. I'm blanking on my memory, chat. I don't want him to be using up space in the memory bank at all. Those guys, of course, played well too. But in terms of the actual thing itself, I don't know if they've ever done it like that before. Chat, pause. 35-15 still, though, with 6:50 left to play. And Gainey's just been really good in the second half as well, too. 11 points in the second, but doesn't seem like he's necessarily getting the help that he needs from the rest of the lineup. So shout out to Tennessee. Shout out to Houston as well, too. But looks like this game, I mean, he has a chance to cut it to 13, I guess. So we'll see. They're still just in range, even though our time for time thing is kind of destroyed at this point, chat. But let's actually take a quick break. And then we got, of course, more tournament action to continue with the fact that the Clippers, you never know if they have a comeback up their sleeve, chat. Maybe we'll send him an inspirational DM while we're on break. Okay, chat, maybe the SEC is just known to storm back late in these games because that's exactly what Florida did in the game against Texas Tech. Maybe not to the overall degree at which Tennessee could potentially do, but Tennessee's at the free throw line with the chance to get it to single digits here with 5 minutes left. Oh, off the back of the rim. Not able to get the offensive rebound. But it's a 10-point game with 5.5. Oh! We almost had a turnover there for Tennessee. Oh. It's definitely off of Tennessee, chat, but the defense, the energy, the momentum, you might say. Those who believe in momentum might say the momentum is creeping Tennessee's way. I know it's still double digits with 5 minutes left, but you can feel a vibe start to shift. Ben Simmons bringing the ball up on the other TV, chat. I mean, this is why the setup is amazing. Ben Simmons on one TV, Rick Barnes on the other. You really can't get much better than this for Sunday afternoon entertainment, chat. Rick Barnes on one screen, Ben Simmons on the other. Is there an F1 race? Do we need to get a third screen in here? Ben Simmons, Powell, Zubats, Bogdanovich, and Batum? I mean, that's just a decent bench lineup, chat. It is what it is. And I know we're probably projecting Ben Simmons as a player when we're saying that, but you know, we're think about some of the Nuggets lineups we've seen this year without Jokic on the court. There's a lineup recently that I saw that was Jalen Pickett, Hunter Tyson, Michael Porter Jr., you know, shout out, Christian Braun, DeAndre Jordan. It's like a couple of guys, you know, but anytime you have DeAndre Jordan, Jalen Pickett, and Hunter Tyson out on the court at the same time, chat, it's not a great ideal situation. And I guess Zubats is a starter as well, too. Powell is a starter. Like, you know, all these guys, I guess that's the point of the Clippers' depth, is these guys are starters. But like I'm saying, for the team themselves, you know, Zubats is still the team's main center. But the lineup around him with the creators, chat, the versatility that they have there in the multiple lineups. Bogdanovich and Powell is like the perfect Rem and Sam just intersection of the random guys that we like. Sam has always been and just always had a ton of Bogdanovich stock, and I've always had a ton of Powell stock. And you've got both these guys converging on the same team. Could be in the 15-point-a-game range in the playoffs. I mean, just think about, again, that lineup of creators where you've got... did we say that as the lineup earlier? As Powell as the other guy? You've got Harden, Powell, Kawhi, Bogdanovich, and Zubats as your five. And then if you want to go small ball five, I guess that's where Simmons can make things a little interesting. Chris Dunn as well, too, as another depth player in there. So maybe if Ben Simmons... I mean, chat... a top 7 guy in a playoff rotation this year? I think that's a pretty good turnout for maybe we thought that... one, for where we thought it was going, but just, you know, for what the outcomes could have been. Could have been him on Brooklyn. Could have been him in a rebuilding situation where too much is asked of him and they're trying to get back to sort of the full Ben Simmons level stock and experience of everything and try to recreate him as the same level of player he was. And not to say that, again, he can't become that in the Clippers. I'm just saying that he needs to be like the 7th man in their rotation. But again, it's a pretty potentially high-level playoff rotation if they're playing like this and they're fully healthy, and he could be a pretty big contributor for that. And they might actually need him to as well, too. Oh, why are we taking threes, though? I mean, I know you can't win, Ben Simmons. We want you to take threes because you need to stretch the defense out. Pause. But you need to start taking them in the offseason first. And I guess you are taking them in the offseason. We're watching the clips. But maybe just different types of threes. I guess just don't take them earlier in the shot clock, right? If you're Ben Simmons, that's what it is. You just got to be better selective with when we're actually able to take the attempts. But 5 minutes left, and Houston is able to just immediately take down the break and get a 3, chat. The calmness of the team. You know, obviously they're going to let Tennessee storm back a little bit here, but still, it's Tennessee, a 2 seed. It's not a scrub team. You're still looking at a potential double-digit win for Houston is obviously impressive. Again, Duke winning by 20 might be the higher end of what could be possible in Elite 8 for the 1-2 matchups this year. And that just might be, you know, what we're getting from the Blue Devils. Pause for this tournament. 11 points. 506. So you've definitely outplayed them. And now you get the turnover on the inbound. They've been pressuring. They've been feisty. And they've been making them stumble as well, too, again. In those spots. And this time, it actually works. Oh, Cryer not able to get to the pass in time. And it gets broken up, but goes off of Cryer's fingertips. So it can go back to single digits here, chat. Tennessee drives. Oh, they cannot break the single-digit seal. They cannot cut this to 09, 08. They cannot get it in the odds, chat. Oh, Houston, another 3. Killer! Oh, what a clutch shot. Who was that, chat? That just made that? Let's double check. Sharp? He's 3 for 9 on the day, so these last 2 have really turned the corner for him. Wow, chat. Shout out Sharp. What is Sharp's resume? He might be another guy. His 3-point shooting, of course, the last couple have been hard to beat. Pause. Emmanuel Sharp? Is this the right guy, chat? From Houston? Big 12 tournament MVP. American Conference All-Freshman 2025 All Big 12 tournament honors. So he's a clutch time player. Oh, he had 45. Oh, wait a second. What was I looking at? I saw the 4 in the I think I merged the 4 in the personal fouls with the 6 in the points. 26 against BYU in that championship game. Oh, another 3 for Houston, and that is brutal. That's tough to overcome if you're Tennessee, chat. 17 points, 9-2 scoring run, so 3 quick threes by Houston. Tennessee can drive. Oh, and Sharp with the foul. We might need to see a replay on that, chat. Our guy's Sharp. It's looking clean. I'm already telling I'm getting the biased. The bias is forming. It is what it is. But he's been a major clutch performer from outside of the 8 points against Southern Illinois in the, or did they play Arizona in the Big 12 championship in BYU the game before that? And then 8 points in the first round. I mean, you won the game by almost 40 points. So I think you're pretty okay with what happened in that one if you're Tennessee. And then 3 for 4, 3 for 6. The last 2 games from 3. 5 for 14 from the field in that win against Purdue. So shout out Sharp. 6'3", 205, chat. Ooh. He might be a guy that also goes on. Again, G League All-Star. Put him in the G League All-Stars. Lock him in. But we're not just building a G League team. We're not trying to be greedy and just win G League titles for our own G League resume, chat. We're trying to set these guys up for the NBA. Like maybe Sharp is better equipped to handle his role in an NBA team if he's able to contribute to our championship-winning Austin Spurs. Maybe that's just what it is. Winning is good for everybody, and it just, you need to learn how to be successful. Well, here, we can go to the G League and do that. Pause. Maybe the Austin Spurs will become the main attraction of the San Antonio. I mean, obviously Wembanyama is the main attraction, but our college superstars team will be so beloved that you just have all these old college fans just pulling up to Spurs games, being like, "Oh man, I want to see Janai Broome and Tyrese Proctor and AJ Lawson all playing the same team." It's basically just a big 3 league for college players. Ribbon Sam Summer League. No 3-on-3 though. 5-on-5, 4-on-4. 4-on-4, chat? If we're going 4-on-4, just what's the difference? Just add the player on the other team. You just go 5-on-5 at that point. Just get the full run in. 3-on-3 is not bad either. I mean, you're never going to have to make a long conversation to try to talk your boy into playing some 3-on-3 hoops. I'm just saying that. I do like the full run. I like the full court. I like transition, chat. Who doesn't love transition? You just don't get transition in 3-on-3 if you're playing half court anyways. If you're playing some weird full court 3-on-3, I guess in the park and nobody's there, then what are you going to do? If nobody's looking, then you're acceptable to play 3-on-3 full court. It's just what it is. You can represent the game that way if you'd like. But if people are around, then you've got to represent the court in the game a little bit better than that. It's just what it is. And you've got to step it up. And you've got to have a much more sleek and a much more better design, chat. But out of the timeout, 3:45 left. Houston 59, Tennessee 42. Again at the free throw line. So the physicality has really ramped up for Tennessee in the second half. They've managed to be able to get the free throw line quite a bit. Only 17-2 on the free throw ratio for the game. Houston has only they've 1 trip to the line so far. But 7 for 21 from 3, and the Bulls are 4 for 25. 16% from the three-point land. So shout out to our Bulls. Shout out to Calvin Sampson for potentially having this one in the bag. Is Michigan State playing on this court? Are they warming up next? You don't see him sitting right directly behind the Houston bench. You did see him directly behind that Michigan bench, though, after that game that they played the night. And it turned out Auburn was the opponent, so maybe he wasn't even trying to steal our plans. He was just trying to jinx us to not being able to play us. Izzo, call in. The matchup is already set. If you want... it doesn't really matter what you say at this point about the opponents that you've faced because, again, the results are the results. So, just like, be honest. Would you rather have played Michigan or Auburn? Because, I mean, Auburn is... You can see the setup is pretty nice, chat. It's not hard to pause. It's not difficult to find another one. Or it is difficult, I guess, to find another one that's better. But Houston's going to extend this to 20, chat. With 3 minutes left. Clippers down 9. 58 down 11. Zubac's trying to make it 9. Offensive rebound. Back outside. Oh, taken away. Taken away. Is that... Oh, I was going to say, is that Jerome in a headband? But that's Strus in a headband. This is just our guy, Strus. Ty Jerome. Do we need to do like an accessories episode for Ty Jerome? We'll slide into his DMs and be like, hey, brother, you need style going into the playoffs here. Couple of watches here, chain here, scarf there. It's going to be winter in some of these cities, so you got to be prepared. I think it would be a good potential thing that could work out. Harden is been a little bit quieter on just jacking up three-pointers since that other one, but Powell on the other end, splashing it away. 7 points. Is the deficit now from Cleveland to the Clippers. So, timeout from the Cleveland Cavaliers with about the same amount of time left in that half as we have in half for Houston versus Tennessee. But shout out Sharp. We got to check our guy in the list as well, too. A lot of cross-referencing this time of year. It's just what it is. You got to consult the sources. You got to consult the experts. You got to know what's going to be going on, chat. Not a first rounder again. Oh, man. It is what it is, too, and you have a moment, a clutch moment. Maybe he has another great moment in film history. Well, we can go to the board anyways, I guess. See if he cracked the board in any way. Maybe he just... Who knows? Oh, and the emotion's starting to pour out for Tennessee, chat, with 2.5 left. Down 15. You can feel the shift starting to happen. So EJ Sharp, Emmanuel Sharp. Either one should work if he was on the list. Okay, he's not on the list yet. That's fine. That's fine. Tankathon. You're going to have to get at our guy EJ, assuming that he has all the information, and, you know, I mean, but you can figure it out. So rebound Tennessee. They're going to take this one under 2 minutes. 15-point game. And just another impressive win by the top seeds in the NCAA tournament, chat. Just incredible stuff. Oh, Mitchell and Garland on the... Oh, this is a history of them on the Slam magazine cover. I was going to say, chat. Or just magazine covers in general, potentially. Big neon team, anyways. Oh, and Zach Cryer. Cryer with making the Tennessee fans, turning the Tennessee fans to criers, we should say. 2 for 8 on the day from 3. Oh, responding right away. It's kind of fun. But it's still a 15-point game. So, should we take a quick break before the games get underway for the next round? Auburn versus Michigan State. Tom Izzo versus Bruce Pearl. It's a headliner, chat. And it's up next. Okay. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Excuse me, chat. Houston makes it official, and they are moving on to the Final Four. Shout out to Calvin Sampson and the Cougars, and they say it's the 7th Final Four in program history, and they remind us as well, too, that they actually haven't won the national title in program history as well, too, which Houston fans, again, are going to be like, of course we've never won the Final Four, or never won the national title game. How can you not remember that? But you just remember in history a team like the Pi Slamma Jamma with Hakeem and with Drexler, and you just, the way those teams get remembered, and obviously how good those players are and how good those teams were, it feels like you've achieved a championship level team, which you have, obviously. I mean, that would be amongst the other teams that were in the Final Four for this franchise. But it's kind of like with the Fab Five with Michigan as well, too, where when with a group of that level of hype getting assembled, and them actually, they do make Final Four runs and they actually do get to the national championship, like that team gets remembered in a certain type of way. But it's like, yeah, they don't actually have a national title. So, like, again, like, as a Michigan fan, I know that, like you feel that easily. Like, pause, like, you're like, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we weren't able to actually get over the edge there with those guys from the recruiting class. And for Houston fans, again, I'm sure that is on their mind as easily as it is for us. But, again, those teams are remembered in kind of a similar type way. So Sharp, player of the game, well-deserved, chat. Definitely a big shot maker. Good floor spacer. I don't know if we have a full-on comp. Chat! Shorter than the TV guy is always a crazy, crazy move. 16 for the game, 14 of them in the first half, so shout out. And the Clippers are keeping it close as well, too. Down 4 going into halftime in Cleveland. So no Kawhi needed, chat. No Kawhi needed. Cavs. Maybe it says something more about them. And in the 60s as well, too. Houston with Guy Lewis. Into the 60s and 70s. Making, 2 Final Fours. National semifinal. Back-to-back years in 67 and 68. Shout out to our guy Lewis. 7th in the poll that year. Oh, of course, chat. Elvin Hayes. I always forget that Elvin Hayes was Houston as well, too. I don't know why I always forget that. I always remember him matching up against Kareem. And I always think about him. The fact that I always think about him on the NBA on the Bullets first versus him in Houston. Again, the Houston thing is so much, not more iconic. He's one of the great NBA players of all time. Elvin Hayes is another one, chat. Is Anthony Davis a little Elvin Hayes-ish? I don't know if the old heads are going to get mad at that comp or not. People are probably going to say Elvin Hayes is way better than Davis was in terms of some of the impact stuff, or Davis or vice versa. I don't know, but like Hayes, you never again hear him brought up as like a guy that's like who's one of the great number 1 overall picks of all time. But when we were talking about that all-time draft pick team a couple of live streams ago, whichever one that was, I don't remember, chat. You'll just have to dig through the archives and see which one it is. But he goes in on that first overall team pick. I don't know if he's actually a starter on that team or not, because like we said, you've got between Hakeem, Duncan, Magic, and LeBron, you've got 4 pretty much locked in starters for your number 1 overall picks. And then Davis is also on that team as well too in the mix there. So it's stacked for centers for sure, but very skilled centers. Bill Walton, Kareem. I mean, how's Kareem not in this starting lineup? How could I leave Kareem out? I'm just thinking 80s basketball history. I'm not proving myself worthy of programming that Hardwick's Classic channel, but yeah, who cares if it's all bigs? We got LeBron and Magic in the backcourt. Maybe we don't have a ton of 3-point shooting, but who cares? The defense of that team is crazy. Kareem, Hakeem, and Tim Duncan. There's no scoring, and maybe like a peak Tim Duncan, peak Hakeem, even peak Kareem. Like they're flying around. Tim Duncan or Magic and LeBron on the perimeter are flying around as too. I mean, peak LeBron. If we're leaning into the defensive side of things as well too, like for me, peak LeBron would be some version of the Cavs LeBron, the older Cavs LeBron. But if we're leaning into that defense and we go to those early, like not early, but Miami runs, and maybe that 4-year Miami stretch and take one of those years, then you get that peak athleticism, just fly around the perimeter and guard like 2 guys at a time out there with Magic and with the bigs. I mean, it's an insane first overall pick starting lineup. But either way, chat, yeah, Elvin Hayes is a guy that I feel like gets, and I don't know, again, the full dynamics of every NBA player, just some of the basketball stuff. But you see him going on to win the title as well, too, as a part of that Washington squad with Wes Unseld and, like we mentioned earlier, with Bob Dandridge as well. And was still, very much at the peak of his powers contributor at that time. I'd have to go back and look at the numbers for when he won the title that year, but 36-19 is crazy. And I guess we still do have like crazy stat guys, but he also was in that era of like, yeah, when these big men back in the day were actually putting up these like insane stat numbers where you've get, obviously like we were saying with Wilt and Russell and Kareem, and they're putting up 30s and 20s, it seems like in college and early pro days every night. But Elvin Hayes was doing that as well too, who's, Bob Lanier, when he first entered the league, was like a insane, just, whoa, that box score is nuts. Any of those dominant centers, chat, were crazy to go back and look at the numbers for. Chat, I'm never one that's against an Elvin Hayes rabbit trail deep dive real quick. Elvin Hayes and Wes Unseld both in this draft. Both drafted by, I guess he was drafted by, Houston. He was drafted by San Diego anyways, by the Rockets. First overall. But ended up in Washington, Baltimore. That eventually anyways. And then was kind of, I guess, Stu Lance, Harry Gillum, Don Chaney, Bob Kaufman, Otto Moore. Like, maybe these guys were solid contributors throughout the day, but in terms of the real high-end talent, he's kind of him and Unseld are the two main guys out of this class. And Boerwinkle as well, too. Shout out, who's Boerwinkle? Tom Boerwinkle? Oh, that's a pretty good line, Shay. He's got almost 4,600 points, 5,700 rebounds, and 2,000 assists. He might be the only guy. Oh, I guess Elvin Hayes, of course, with 2,000 assists. But him and Herb Gillum. So Wes Unseld, Elvin Hayes, Elvin Hayes, Herb Gillum, and Tom Boerwinkle are kind of the main stat guys in this class. And you got Rick Adelman as well, too. Shout out, of course. Maybe not the player that he is, the basketball mind, but regardless, a basketball legend in his own right. So, yeah, Elvin Hayes was awesome. I don't know, again, what happened between him and teammates, between him and locker rooms. Like, I'm not saying that because I think I know something. I just don't know any of those kind of dynamics to match with it. But you see, he was the MVP voting, like, the first decade of his career. And then Washington won that finals. I think it was either 79 or 78. 77-78 was the year he won the finals. So he was 40 minutes a game that year. 45% from the field. 13 rebounds. And 19 points. So it was even a little bit of a lower scoring year from the couple around as well, too. So they didn't even necessarily win the title on the peak Elvin Hayes regular season. And then in the playoffs that year, 42% from the field. Not really taking any threes. And still put up 20 points a game. And 23 points a game in the playoffs for his career. For maybe only a couple of playoff games. But, I guess I'm looking at the seasons, not the game logs here. For 96 playoff games? For actually quite a bit of playoff games? Like a pretty decent run. 46% from the field. 13 rebounds. I don't know, chat. Big Elvin Hayes fan myself, but either way, you never think of Houston as that team that like needs that national championship win that bad, but I guess they do. Shout out, they're in the mix. But speaking of dominant centers, of course, Janai Broome up next for Michigan State, or against Michigan State for Auburn. And as much as this Houston-Tennessee game was probably a matchup of some more balanced units, I mean, Broome has definitely, of course, been carrying Auburn. He was awesome in that Michigan game. He wasn't necessarily the sole reason that they pulled away in that game against Michigan, but in the first half, he was, of course, outstanding. He did end up on the bench a little bit with some foul stuff in that game. He did end up fouling out as well, too, which I think big picture is a little bit concerning for this game against Michigan State if he's just using up that kind of energy. But again, Michigan's front line is just better probably than Michigan State's front line is. Probably a little bit more reliant on their guards and on their backcourt creators. But he finished with a 22-16 for the game. So he was like a 12-6 or whatever in the second half. I mean, he was okay. So they don't have a countdown time for the game yet, but I think in real time we're looking at about a half hour. Actually, probably 15-20 minutes at this time to start that one up. And of course, with Tennessee not having to foul Houston at the end of the game, they definitely sped up the potential ending of that one. But yeah, Jones went off for 3 in that game, 4 for 7. Definitely a knife to the heart, chat. It is what it is. But 22-16 is crazy, bordering that 20-20 territory. I mean, could we see a 20-20 game from him today as well? What would even be the... Can we do a parlay real fast? Let's see what a Janai Broome 20-20 parlay would be. Our last chance to parlay a game before the Elite Eight. Not our last chance to parlay in a tournament, but of course, you know, we got to make sure we get one in before the Elite Eight ends. What do we got to have at least one per round? Hey, yo, chat. But you get what we're saying. Oh, wait a second. Cleveland minus 7.5 right now on the live line for that game. Clippers plus 235 on the money line is not the worst thing in the world. If that moves to 3-1 after a quick flurry, maybe a pounce on that, chat. Michigan State plus 188 in this game. What did the stats say? Stats kind of favor Michigan a little bit from a betting perspective. Does that make you feel better? I think it might be enough. I don't know if it's enough though. 50-53. I don't know if it potentially sways your opinion or not of a plus 188. But minus 5.5 for the game anyways. So if we're going player props and player margins, Broome to go 20 plus 104 is already very tempting itself. So guess what? Hot take. Probably. Oh, they only have the points. They don't dabble in all the props, chat. You got to have rebounds, assists, all that stuff on here. So plus 104 for 20. Do they have a 25? They do have a 25. Plus 310 for a Janai Broome 25-point game. Chat. If he goes for 30, it's 9-1. We might have to sprinkle a little bit on that just for some insurance. Just in case. But 3-1 on 25 plus is not terrible. I'm not even going to lie. That's not the worst bet in the world, chat. The sports books are still open. Take our advice and run away. Run to the books. Bet responsibly. If you can only bet 10 cents, bet 10 cents. Sometimes you just place a bet just for the fun of placing the bet. Not every bet is about leveraging your future for a potential, you know, insane gain. Sometimes it's just about the fun of getting the picks right. So you got to be economical with the way you can. Us and BETSTAMP chat, we're proud to say we support economical spending habits. Please do the right thing. Be smart with your funds. So yeah, I don't know if we get an update here at all, or if they closed at any point and they were open before the game. But all we have right now is props for this one, for like spread and for money line and for margin and stuff. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. Can we actually parlay maybe an alternate with Janai Broom points? Are these alternate spreads here? Okay, alternate spreads, alternate point totals. Potentially. Over under 137.5. The problem is I just go, okay, where's that plus at? Okay, that's the bar. Can they get there? And then I just talk myself into betting that lowest plus number. It is what it is. But the way as well too that, you know, some of the coaching stuff throughout the season has been up and down, that it has been going against, where at least, like, you know, we were saying on the other end, maybe like we're saying, you know, Chris Beard in the last game, for example, maybe that's not the best example, chat. I don't remember exactly where I was going to go with that, but either way, for this part, moving on, for this next, maybe we go like a team prop. Auburn over 76.5 would be kind of a crazy move to parlay that with the Janai Broom points. It wouldn't really be worth it, or a big mover at all. Honestly, that might be the best bet, chat. Janai Broom, just 20 or more points, 25 or more points, plus 310. But I think there's a good world as well too, where he could get to 25 and they lose. I don't know what his record is when they get to 25 wins. Well, that might be the only one that catches our eye. So unless BETSTAMP is going to quickly alert us to something that we may need to sacrifice the future for, our advice, chat, for this one would be alternate points. Janai Broom, 25 or more if you want to get risky, plus 310. Otherwise, he is plus 104 for 20 or more points. Denver Jones, 10 points, minus 110, minus 210. Sorry. Not terrible. What about Jace Richardson as well, too? We should look at Jace Richardson. Oh, Jace. So, what about a Jace Richardson Janai Broom 2020 parlay? Throw it back to when times were good, chat. Let's see here. I guess that would have been, what, COVID or all that stuff, so not necessarily. Oh, and look at that. Uh-oh. The updated app does have trending bets that it does suggest. Of course, it's been plastering those all over the place, but now it has them in the bet slip. Yikes. It's like, isn't this bet slip supposed to just... should there be a law? Like, if I open up my bet slip, I can't have more suggested bets? Feels illegal. Michigan State by 1-10, plus 240. Apparently is trending. Auburn by 6-10, plus 360. Auburn, Michigan State over Auburn alternate. Oh, over the Auburn alternate. Total points over 79.5. So for them to get to 80 is plus 150. Okay, Auburn for 80. But what about Jace Richardson to score 20 and Janai Broom to score 20 is plus 525. Maybe if we went a little... What if we went like Broom at 25 and Richardson at 15? So Richardson's minus 122. So that gets to plus 512. So it's basically the same for Jace Richardson and Janai Broom. 25 and 15. Or Broom 25, Richardson 15. Versus Broom and Richardson 20 and 20 each way. But 5-1 on those necessarily are not the worst scenarios in the world either, to be honest. Again, 2 main players, and I think this game is going to be those main guys, chat. Hot take. So shout out here. New little insomnia cookie in the area. We stopped there the other night and picked up some little snacks. So shout out the double chocolate and the white macadamia nut. Pause! You gotta get the best of both worlds, chat. It's just what it is. But, yeah. Either way, countdown underway. 10 minutes to go-ish before Izzo and Broom. Broom potentially taking this team back to the Final Four, or to the Final Four, back in the tournament after a disappointing outcome at the end of last season, chat. So 3-point shooting favors Auburn on the year. Free throws favor Michigan State a little bit, as do the rebounds. So I guess as good of a rebounding team as Auburn has been, and as dominant as they were on the glass, you know, against Michigan, surprisingly, for as, you know, the length and the matchup difficulty that you think we could potentially have. And Richardson got to 20 in that game against Ole Miss, chat. 4 for 6 from 3. So if he hits 3 threes, yeah, Pettiford had 20 as well too. Free threes, and then for the free throws, do we need to go back and look at his game logs here real fast? Because I feel like 15 could be a lock almost. And again, it's like -1. It's not bad. It's -130 something. So it's, you know, not even -122. So it's not terrible to chuck into a parlay and try to necessarily work up something else. But if he's got, you know, that consistent 5 or so free throws a game as well on top of that, with the 3 threes, then he's in that. I mean, he's definitely in that range. But maybe he's pushing that 20 range as well, too. And we know the overall efficiency has been there. 3, 4, and 6. So slowly getting more and more aggressive. So he definitely could be in that 5 range in 15, 6, and 20. So, yeah, he definitely goes for 15 tonight. Man, I wish they had the rebounds on here, chat. This is where you really lose the money. Is where you really start working these parlays and really start overthinking stuff. But averaging 13 a game. The shooting numbers, 41% from the field, down from 50% in the regular season. But still the 3-point percentage is up compared to the overall season as well. He's 46% in the tournament. 7 for 15, yeah. He's basically 50%. He's 1 miss away from being 50% for the tournament. So that feels like a nice little move, honestly. And then we can just go ahead and jinx Michigan State. And Jace Richardson would be nice. Otherwise, we just have to go, like, yeah, for the team stuff. I don't know. The team stuff is fun. What are we talking about? Maybe we just put a little sprinkle on both, chat. A little Janai Broom 25, 15, and Jace Richardson 20, Janai Broom 20. Both of them. Get them both at 5-1. Why not? Like I said, you don't have to sacrifice an amount to try to win a bunch of stuff. We can just place something for the fun of placing something. Unless I actually log into my account here and realize, oh, wait a second. We're just going to be forced. Oh, what happened to Face ID? Oh, well. Until I realize we're just going to be forced to have a budget-friendly option. It is what it is. And that's what we want to, you know, we're not rooting for, well, we're not really rooting for Auburn anymore either, because unfortunately there's some difficult feelings. But especially because after, they took down Michigan. But we are still okay if Broom has a good performance. And our guy, Jace Richardson, even though he chose Sparty, we understand. Oh, okay, chat. Maybe we hit the last couple of parlays that I'm not remembering. Okay. Let's see here. So, Janai Broom, 25. Jace Richardson, 15. Plus 5, 12. So, we'll go for that one. And then we will also go for Broom and Jace Richardson, both just to get 20. And that is plus 525. Oh, excuse me, Chad. So it feels like the same thing a little bit, but I think it makes sense, right? Just in case our guy Broom gets 25, we were ready. We were locked and loaded. And again, if Richardson gets to 20, that means he definitely got to 15. So that would hit on both of those, but gives us a little bit of a Broom cushion as well, too. Because two at them at 20 does feel in a high-stakes game, could it be one of them at 18 and one of them at 22? Yeah, that's definitely what's going to happen now. But I think it's a good shot worth taking when these star players have been so big for their units so far. Pause. Hey, yo, that is kind of crazy. Big for your unit? A little nuts. Izzo chat, how many more tournaments does he have left? Hopefully not. No, I'm just kidding. Shout out. Like I said, he's overstayed his rivalry status at this point. He's just a legendary coach who we will get annoyed when we play him against him, but outside of that, it's like, Izzo. Okay, chat, and with 7:45 left in Cavs Clippers as well, we've got the Cavs maintaining an 8-point lead in this one. So, yeah, like we mentioned earlier, unfortunately, Kawhi is out, and that's going to make that... Oh, Mobley! Nice block, but Jones getting it right back into the rim. So, Harden, difficult three in the corner. Oh! Not quite able to get it to go. I mean, he just needs Kawhi out there so those three-pointers just become a little bit easier. It's like, hey, I'm not going to be able to make this shot easier for myself, so I need another offensive player out there to at least give me a worse defender, if that makes sense. I guess, what did he get to switch? Was that Strus or Allen? I can't remember. The headbands? I couldn't remember who was on the corner that time, but I think it was Strus, because Allen would have probably blocked that. Allen would have said, get that out of here. Garland in the corner, not able to convert. Strus, the offensive rebound to Mitchell. Oh, back-to-back three-point misses by the Cavs. So, now a chance here. Oh. Cleveland's lame. They foul him in transition. And have we seen actually, like, with Izzo and with Calipari, again, we've seen them make obviously great tournament runs this year, but have we seen them overachieve? Like, I think Calipari overachieved a little bit, definitely taking down St. John's, but, Patino on paper, chat, is definitely an upsettable coach, that's for sure. And I know that, again, Michigan State was a 2 seed. They're going to be the higher seed in every game they're favored up in until now. But they've managed to win and take care of business in those matchups. And like we're saying, they let Ole Miss, Ole Miss did have a 10-point lead in that game, I guess is a better way to phrase it. They did have moments of looking like the much better team, or at least the team that was, locked in and playing better at the moment. Versus Auburn in that second half versus Michigan, like, really did look a little bit more one seed-ish. Have they looked like the full-on good team the way that Florida and Duke have? And maybe the way that Houston has now in the couple of tournament games? Obviously not, but I don't think that we were really projecting them that same way as well, too, by the time we have gotten to the tournament. Again, I think we kind of understood what it was with the dynamic of Broome and the rest of these guys. So as much as... So now they're actually, getting... Not they haven't been getting the great performances before, but, multiple 20-point-per-game guys in that Michigan game is got to be about as good. I mean, how many games have they had this year where they've had 3 20-point scorers? Maybe all of them, chat, but it just doesn't seem like seems like them finding that good offensive stride as well, too, in that matchup versus just some of the Broome heavy type stuff. And I guess offense has always been their more, strong suit than their defense. But it's all been, basically how Broome's been able to elevate the unit anyways, chat. So we're going to be entering this game. We'll be back in our jealous of the food commercials bag. But we're not going to be as hangry and as feisty as we were in the last stream. Because fortunately, Sunday day off. We didn't have the, busy restaurant day. The Michigan about to lose. Again, Michigan State potentially winning in upset fashion a little bit too versus Auburn is definitely a bit of a day spoiler as well. But, Auburn is still the favorite team. And we still have a little bit of hope that our guy Broome can actually secure the win here. Bruce Pearl, 10 tournament wins with Auburn, most in any school history. Another guy looking for sort of a new ascent into Final Four dominance. Bruce Pearl, Calvin Sampson. It could be, I guess it is, excuse me, chat. Oh! So we could have Bruce Pearl versus Todd Golden versus John Shire versus Kelvin Sampson. It really is a new day, chat. A new day. Tipped off. Auburn wins the tip. So who's going to get Broome right away, setting the screen for him? The early post-up, chat. Spinning baseline. It's too easy. He's going to cook. Can we bet him live for 30 plus? I don't know if we just want to full-on jinx him. Maybe we should have. Maybe the problem is they take him out early after they dominate Michigan State. Oh, no. Sparty, is this the one where you guys go down? Is this the end of the run for Izzo? H to the Izzo. How about L to the Izzo? Izzo, go home. End of the shot clock. Puts up a bad shot. No good. The Auburn defense is locked in, chat. Oh, Broome on the other end. Is that Baker Mazzara with the lazy pass? Broome was definitely fighting to get in a position, but I don't know if that transition bucket never necessarily needed to be thrown. Again, you love to credit a guy for keeping his eyes up and being unselfish, but I just don't know if that was the move. And fortunately, Auburn does get to keep possession as well. So 20 left on the shot clock. Broome is going to get the top of the key ISO this time. And just right back into the post, chat. Easy footwork. The fade. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. I don't know if he's going to be working guys in the NBA like this, or if he's going to be working guys in the G League, or if he's going to even be working Cooper Flag like this, chat. But he's going to have his way in this game. Did we just put a dabble on it? We got to wait for the lines to open back up. They've got it locked on Broome plus 30. They've got to have it moved. It was 9-1 before the game. We messed our opportunity up. He's not going to get to 30, is he, chat? Ooh, Sparty, a clutch 3. We may have to wait for a timeout or a dead ball scenario before they update that line. Or, hopefully they didn't just close it down for the game. But I guess we got Jace Richardson potential as well, too, in the mix. Good second half performer. Spinning, baseline, driving. Easy money, chat. 3 for 3 for Broom. Player of the year. SEC dominance. Tournament dominance. Jace Richardson drives and one. Bam, right away, chat. First touch of the game for Jace, and he immediately makes an impact play. But they're going to have to start just full stop sending everybody to stop Broom here in a second. Or just wait for him to get subbed out and hope you can ride out the first half and keep it close with the other elements of the game, because he can't be stopped. He can't be stopped. Or you're going to have to tell your players to get physical with him and start fouling him and make him work a little bit more for some of his buckets, because he is, I think, obviously a very skilled player getting to where he wants to on the court, but he is also the type of guy that, you know, you got to bump him off his spot and make him work a little bit. You don't want to just necessarily try to be staying in front of him the whole time, chat. So face guarding. Broom moving the ball. Oh, corner, top of the key. Not able to get it to go. So the rest of the Auburn roster is not even had to think about these first 3 minutes up until that spot. But how do the rest of these guys look, chat? What's the comfortability level? Who's going to be the big performer today? And again, they kind of had a lot of big performances in the last game. So just a lot of an emotional, just a lot of effort poured into that kind of a performance. Oh, triple team. They just send the triple team at Broom. Offensive rebound. Out in the corner, no good. So, uh-oh, chat. You can see it right away. And again, first half, second half in the last game, it was, again, not the other guy we were talking about, but Pettiford. Pettiford, I think, had 16 or 17 points in the second half of the last game, hitting basically all of his shots in the final 20 minutes. So we got to give the rest of our team time to play out. But they triple team Broom, and they kick it out. They get the little driving floater and just don't quite get that floater look. Broom gets the offensive rebound, kicked back out for three, and they're just not able to get it to go. Like, yes, of course, he was able to still make an impact on that possession, but offensive rebounding is just like, okay, that's a man's world that Broom is dominating in. I don't know if Auburn is necessarily coaching up offensive rebounds as a actual thing, but maybe it does need to be mentioned in a different sort of way. So there's Richardson going again, chat. Carr getting the bucket. 8-6, Michigan State. Broom again, baseline. Let's see how they shadow. You can see the player dipping down to try to guard. And there we go. Auburn off the dribble. Easy little pull-up gets to go. Because they'll have those looks all day, chat. They will be getting opportunities off the Broom doubles and the Broom passes on every single possession. Stay ready. Stay locked and loaded. Let Broom do his thing. Oh, where'd the camera go, chat? I think I might have just closed down the application. My bad, my bad. We'll get her back up and running soon. IT, get on it. This is what you're here for. This is what you came for, IT. Here we go. Nice, nice, nice. Back and better than ever, chat. Kelly, a couple of early shots. 2 for 3, I think they said from the field. 6 points. And turnover, Michigan State. Auburn gets the ball in the first 5 minutes of the half. Is completed. Janai Broom dominating. So as long as Broom anyways can keep you in the game, maybe the formula is the same for this team. The rest of the team needs a second to get going. But you can see Broom is not playing with the same physicality and not going to have to be forced to play with the same physicality on defense as well, too. Which is maybe even a more important thing about it, because that's where you could really get in trouble with Golden and Wolf drawing fouls on Broom on the other end. And, of course, you know, it's not to say that the Michigan guys couldn't be attacking downhill, getting those numbers. But that's going to be primarily generated from the other bigs on that roster. So it does look like they have just the player performance props locked right now. So it's a good thing that we got the ones in while we did. Yeah, they have all of them shut down right now. Yikes. But, yeah, Broom looking like an MVP. Jace Richardson looking like a guy that will carry a team as well, too. So one of the few guys in college basketball, you know, how many guys have been able, and you need the depth around you to be able to move into that secondary type role. But the versatility of the hierarchy that they've used him with this year, like how many guys can play game to game and moment to moment with that kind of versatility, chat. I just don't know if it's a ton, and obviously Cooper Flagg is a perfect example of that. But even Cooper Flagg doesn't go to the corner the same way Richardson does. Oh, Hunter making a good play in transition on defense. Cavs are now up by 14 with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in the third quarter. So, starting to pull away here as we enter the final 12 minutes and the actual main stretch of the game. But again, even Flagg, like, kind of is always running the offense and seeing the court and getting guys set up, and they need Flagg to pass through the possession in some kind of way to maintain some kind of gravity and to shift the defense around in a certain kind of way. So I guess you could put him in the corner to draw kind of attention like that, but with Jace, you can just use him in the corner. And he can just be a guy that can be working off the ball and be working off your creator and just fire up those spot-up threes. But he can also be a guy that can, like we say, attack and get downhill and get to the rim and play off of those guys as well, too. So watching Norman Powell kind of side by side, is there a little Jason Norman Powell sort of equivalent? And hopefully they'd both be in similar spots as well, too, because Norm Powell down 15. I mean, we love our guy Norm Powell, but Michigan State down 15 would be nice as well. So give me a second, people. Sorry, I need to adjust the fan here real quick. It's getting a little chilly in the studio. Chilly in the studio. I'm trying to get to you, babe. There we go, chat. We are back. Under 14. Auburn up 4. Beautiful. Beautiful. Do we dare say it? Chuck, we can't say it because, again, Auburn just took down Michigan. But I guess because, again, of the expectations that Michigan had in the national title this year, maybe them sort of neutralizing the defeat of Michigan would be the defeat of Michigan State. It's like, okay, what's the saying? The enemy of an enemy, we're friends if like the enemies of the enemies are the same or something like that. I don't know, chat. You get what we're saying. Yes, we don't like Auburn, but we don't like Michigan State more. So that is enough for us to be backing on liking Auburn. Michigan State, nothing at the rim. Denied. Auburn out and running. Oh, is that Pettiford? Just taking it himself in transition. The guy on the other side corner not able to get it to go either. Oh, Michigan State throws it right out of bounds. Michigan State outside of Richardson. Yeah, I guess not outside of Richardson, but they aren't really attempting to space the floor as much right now either. I mean, getting out in transition and staying disciplined and attacking the basket is all good things. But I don't know if they're spraying and firing paws out of the corners the same way that maybe Auburn is, chat. 8:15, you know, it's not like games getting totally out of hand. You just start, you're not in, we need to start jacking up threes territory with 32 minutes left in the game. But maybe you just need to space the floor a little bit differently. Oh, is that Pettiford? Yikes, chat. A deep bomb. A Pettiford again. 3 straight games with 15 points off the bench. Does he already have 15 of the 18 tonight? 12-0 scoring run in the last 3 minutes. Michigan State needs to just get a bucket here. And that's no field goals either. I mean, hoops all good and well, but the buckets, the sustainability of like an actual move, the bag is what's important, chat. The bag leads to the buckets. Okay, Auburn still only up 10, I guess, with 12 minutes left. But maybe just the way they play as well, too. I don't know if their margin of victory sort of, again, and that's maybe an overall talent roster thing, however you want to phrase it. But they're not necessarily a team that is going to take you down by 20, 25 points. They may just operate in that 12-point range. But Broome, again, now they're up 12, 20-8. So Broome, he's what, one away from double digits in the, what's his first half stat line again? Let's double check here. If it lets me pull it back up, which I don't know why it wouldn't. There we go. Broome, yeah, 8 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists. So he could go 5 for 5 in 10 points and be on pace for his 20 points in the halves. Richardson with 3. He's 1 for 2 with 1 for 1 from the 3 free throw line. So we knew there was going to be a jinx in there somewhere, but we only needed to get to 15. And Broome, I guess, would have 10 minutes in 10 points in 10 minutes. Not necessarily just the first half either. We'll cross the 10-minute mark after this possession here, after this threshold. But in terms of, well, 3 for 16 for Michigan State, 1 for 9 from 3-point line. And there's Broome again! Bang, bang, chat! I don't know if he gets the Mike Breen double bang, but 23-8. Broome now with 11. 11, 2, and 2. I don't know if he can get into triple-double territory. That would be a pretty insane rise of rebounding and assist here over the last couple of minutes. But the insane field goal percentage start once again. Another best player. I mean, the best players in the tournament, of course, are the ones leading their teams, chat, but they're not. I mean, that's the thing about an elimination game, is you can't be like, oh, well, that guy was the best player in the tournament, but lost the series, but still played like 8 games. You know, like you could lose in the second round of the playoffs and play in, I guess you could play in 14 playoff games. If each of those series goes 7 games, you could have a double-digit game stretch of playoff series, of playoff games, to look back and be like, you know, hey, maybe that guy was in the mix for best player in the playoffs. Like, he played in all these games as a part of the reason to make the argument as well, too. But, you know, for a guy that maybe didn't have the same sort of thing going on, chat, it may be just different. But Broome at 5 for 5 to start is crazy stuff. Crazy stuff, chat. keeps him right on pace where we want him. Pause. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. But in terms of what we're talking about financially, what we need from our guy Broom, I don't know if his NIL tax cut is going to be inside that parlay somewhere, chat, but pause. But Cleveland is now up 14 points with just under 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter as we enter what should be the most competitive stretch of basketball if the Nuggets are able to turn this around real quick. No three-pointer by Rico Hines. Shout out, Rico. Need to bring him in and work with some of these teams. Mobley with the good transition defense on Bogdanovich. And of course, I think Powell has played well tonight. I don't know if we need to get an actual check on what the Harden numbers have looked like. But again, like, Cleveland has looked good here in stretches against Cavs. So that while the Cavs have maybe had a little tumble at the end of the regular season, we're still talking about a 60-win team and still talking about a team at the top of the playoff picture. Still a team that is, at worst, your second or third, second in the East, third, fourth title team overall in the NBA. So we're still talking about engaging where the Clippers could end up as a potential feisty team. They're still in that proving themselves to be a competitive team range. So to just check out the supporting cast, and I guess to check out, did Powell fall off, Chad? Is that what happened? No field goals, 5.5 minutes for Michigan State. 15-point game. Broom, get a turnover. Coast to coast. Just one more bucket from our guy Broom in the last 10 minutes is impossible to ask. And then he... Fiddler, chat, draws the foul for Michigan State. And he's above himself. Someone might say he's Fiddler on the roof. Okay, chat. Okay. But 96-108, 12-point game, Cavs versus Clippers. If we're bouncing back and forth real quick between NBA and college. As we tend to do on the REMINGTOM pod. If you're a fan of just bouncing around, pause. Hey, yo. But if you're a fan of just bouncing around the pod, this is definitely it. So, yeah, Zubats, like we've been saying him a lot today. 6 for 10 from the field. Powell, 11 for 20. 4 for 9 from 3. Harden is, he's at the top here. They cut him out, chat. Oh, no, there he is. 6 for 16, 3 for 10. And, he hits like 2 more threes, and maybe it's a different story for how we're talking about that game. But still, that's the small margin of error that you're working with in this type of situation. And Chris Dunn offensively 2 for 7. I mean, of course, he's going to be more the defensive impact type guy anyways. Maybe Coffee, as he continues to get his minutes up in the game, will create some shots. Mitchell at 8 for 17, 1 for 7 from 3 is not ideal. But you definitely have some pretty decent three-point shooting all across your bench as well, too. So shout out the Ty Jerome-led Cavs. The knock at the World War II Veterans Museum Memorial for World War II Veterans thing, I think that's going on. Brought to you by that, chat? I'm not sure. But either way, they enter the fourth quarter here with Clippers up 13. And we're about to, I think the next NBA game, Portland versus New York, is underway in a little bit. So not necessarily the same sort of primetime competitive matchup, but in our hearts, chat, Portland, of course, a team that we always enjoy watching. So Definitely still. I mean, you're telling me it's not gonna not be on in the background. I mean, it definitely is, chat. Because make no mistake, you're not gonna not find it going on in the background. Okay, shout out to Auburn so far. 3 for 7 from 3, 1 for 9 from Michigan State is kind of crazy. But Bruce Pearl, always down to give a mid-game interview. Been really enjoying his success in the media this year. And he loves to gas up his guys as well, too, so you can't blame him for that. Frankie Fiddler is a crazy name. I'm not even going to lie. He would be off my draft boards completely just because his name's Frankie Fiddler. Nah, shout out Frankie Fiddler. Seems like a nice guy, obviously. We'd all love to meet a Frankie Fiddler in our lifetime. Oh, wait, what? You're Frankie Fiddler? No way. I know you from somewhere. Oh, business. Yeah, chat. Looks like one of those everybody does business type sort of deal. But, oh, another big chat. Not able to get it to go that time for Auburn, but still getting another look around the basket. Just what you need. And Jace Richardson is on the bench. So maybe another reason that Michigan State's offense... Or no, wait, in the corner. So wait, another reason maybe that Michigan State's offense is stalled out is he has not gone into full takeover mode yet. But Fiddler takes the 3. So there we go. Cuts to 10. Again, still keeping it there. Just stay around, chat. Stay within arm's length. Then when Auburn reaches back out, you're right there to grab on and get closer. That's the secret. Oh, and a turnover by Auburn. Oh, he dribbles it off his leg. Is that Frankie Fiddler with the strip? It might be Frankie Fiddler getting active on defense and forcing that turnover. Oh, Frankie Fiddler with the back-to-back huge plays. And imagine once they actually get out of the tournament and start facing again in real life. It's going to be like, no, we actually fought. Yeah. It's a little close, chat, but 10 points at this point in the game. 8:45. Oh, make it 8 points. This point in the first half. 7-0 run, though, by Michigan State. Continuing to turn this around. And they do manage the activity with their hands on defense. Pause is another reason why they've been able to hang around in this game. They've just been making Auburn uncomfortable with some of their handles so far. Sometimes just a little uncomfortable creating. And there's definitely been a lot of strips. And I mean, a couple of possessions ago, we just saw him, of course, dribble it off his leg as well, too. Post strip. Dribble it off your leg post strip is a basketball term, but pause. Ayo. More like even knock it off your leg post strip is kind of crazy. But Auburn tries to get to the basket that time and nothing happens. Denied. Oh, not able to get the deep 3 to go. But you know we're just, when we say another one, we just mean out of respect, chat. Like, we're still winning. Hey, yo. Okay, slow offense in this game at this point so far. Both defense have ramped it up. The refs are definitely giving a little bit more leeway on some of the calls. So I don't know what the turn Jace Richardson loose and get him operating at the top is, chat. Pause. But everything is out of the corner. Deep 3. Nothing going. Quick NBA update. Cavs up 11. Oh, Cavs up 8. Chris Dunn in the corner for 3. 5 minutes left. A quick flurry, chat. Either way, could make it interesting. I think I got the anticipation of the Cavs ending and the score of the Auburn-Michigan State. And I'm crossing my wires right now because Auburn-Michigan State only in the first half at this point. And Auburn has yet to take a free throw as well, too. Looking at the stats, so only 3 attempts for Michigan State. The refs are letting it play with a certain level of physicality. But with the clock stoppages between the media timeouts and stuff, to be honest, I'm glad they're not really slowing down this game anymore. Again, Auburn, I mean, Michigan State on the game is 23%, but Auburn has missed their last 4 or 5 or a collection of, 2 in their last 7 or whatever the stretch is at this point from when they showed that missed 4 in a row stat. So we're looking at, recently here's some 20% shooting experiences, in the last probably 10 minutes or so. And there's a trailer for the Minecraft movie, which somebody was asking me if I'm going to watch. And I'm like, somebody was asking me if I was going to go see this in theaters opening. And I was like, trying to figure out if they were joking. Obviously, I feel like, we could suss that out pretty quick, chat. But it's like, wait a second, you're serious? Am I going to go see Minecraft movie opening night? Probably not. Maybe there will be a time at some point in my life where I cross paths with the Minecraft movie. But make no mistake, chat. Unless you guys slide into the DMs at REMINGTOM on Instagram and say, hey, we want you to watch the Minecraft movie. It's highly recommended. You got to check it out. Blah blah blah. Jack Black and Jason Momoa, they just absolutely crush with, whoever's playing Steve or whatever that guy's name is. Is there gonna be an Enderman? I always thought it was weird that there was one part in the game called the Nether regions. That was a little crazy. The Netherman? It's a little crazy. Is that the guy that literally looks like a what, chat? I'm not certain, but yeah, the Nether regions. Will Jack Black be going to the Nether regions in this movie? I don't know. It's rated PG, so there's a good chance that they've changed the names of some of the stuff. Can you say Nether regions in the PG movie? I mean, I guess you can put Nether regions in Disney movies. Doesn't everybody have a boner in a Disney movie? So, I think you can probably sneak it into a PG movie about Minecraft, but I don't know, chat. It's just always something that I found a little strange. Shout out to our Minecrafters in the chat, but you all messing with the Nether regions as a title for that place? I mean, what's the other one called? The Enderman, the Enderlin, Slenderman, Endor. I think it might just be Endor, so why does it have to be the Nether regions? You can't just think of another planet name? I mean, that's what these universe creators do, chat. These George R. Martin characters and these George Lucases. Their job is to think of planet and character names. All you've got to do, and I get Minecraft's a different thing, but now we're seeing it develop into those other properties. The same way it would have been a novel back in the day. It just happens to be a video game now. It's 2025. Okay, 8 points. Harden isoing at the top. With Jared Allen on him. He's not going to attack the switch. They're going to get it into Zubats. Zubats, no foul. Zubats with Mobley on him. Versus Harden with Allen. And Allen is just able to leak out the other end and get the transition bucket, chat. So I don't know why Harden wouldn't attack the big matchup there and just try to take him off the dribble or get him leading and create space for a jumper. But missed opportunity to cut into that. Now it's back up double digits. They could have made it a two 3-point shot game. If that makes sense, chat. They could have been 2 3-pointers away, which they were for a second there, I guess, before. I guess they are sitting at 10 points right now as well, too. No points in the last 4 minutes for Auburn either. So I know Michigan State's maybe scored some points, but I think there were some foul shots in there. Not necessarily a full-on half-court generating offense. Moving it around, seeing what's going on. Hey, yo, chat. Moving it around is crazy, but, seeing what's going on. So what are we at for? Is Richardson on pace? Because Broom's on pace, chat. Broom's doing fine. 13 and 6. Richardson is at 5 right now. So could Richardson have 10 more points in the last 25 minutes of this game? I mean, if Richardson doesn't have 10 more points, then Michigan State is definitely screwed. Even more than they are now. Because Broom scores again. So that's the bucket that gets him to 13, I think. 6 for 7, 13 points in 12 minutes, chat. This is one of the fun offensive Elite Eight performances. I don't know if I want to call it one of the great offensive Elite Eight performances because there's still a half of basketball left to go. Auburn as a team is still sitting at, about 25 points right now. It's not lighting up the scoreboard. Okay, Jace Richardson, just bail us out with 6 seconds left on the shot clock. Watch him do it here, chat. Watch him do it. Pause. You got me, chat. I'm a Jace Richardson fan now. I know, I guess we've been a Jace Richardson fan, but now that we've got emotional investment with the money, the Spurs fandom is going to start drawing me in at draft time as well, too, toward Jace Richardson. Oh, nice pass on the interior. Auburn moving the ball. Gets the slam. So Holloman at the top now. Is that Holloman? Holloway? What's the name? Another Jace Richardson less possession just goes nowhere. That can't be that Izzo on the next timeout and the next stoppage. You got both teams have all 3 timeouts. On the next stoppage, you have to be like, Jace Richardson, we have to get him involved every time. Here he is attacking. Downhill. And he's getting respect from the whistle. That's another thing. We mentioned as well, too, they don't have the free throws to go around for these guys, chat. Yet 3 free throws in the game combined. I guess they're skipping ahead a little bit from where we're at in the Paramount Plus stream. So these are going to be the free throw 4th and 5th free throw makes for Jace Richardson here on the game for both teams total. So we're talking 2 trips to the line just in general. This entire game, maybe 3 if there was a 2 and 2 and then like an and 1 situation that I'm not necessarily remembering. But he's one of those guys. We hate the team. We love the player. It's just what it is. It has to be that way sometimes. If the talent is there. And that's what passion is, or hate is just love and hate. They're both just passion, right, chat? So I'm not saying at the end of the day we love the teams that we hate. I'm just saying that some of the players, you just get passionate in your fandom toward the player, and it can be like, wait, now all of a sudden we're, I guess what is the fandom version of now? Like all of a sudden, we've crossed over from friends and we're doing something else now, chat. Like, what is the fandom version of? Oh, I was just watching this guy and now I'm invested. Now I'm in. Now I have stock. I guess just buying the stock, or the hypothetical buying of the stock. But I've just continued to buy more and more stock. Oh, Baker Mazzara not able to get that 3 to go. So Michigan State could get it to 6 here at halftime, and they've, even though not been good themselves, have managed to, with the Auburn offense stalling out as well too, have managed to stay in this game. And there's still a good 3.5 minutes left here. So they should get 3 or 4 more possessions, definitely. Great Auburn defense. Michigan tries to get to the rim, and State gets swatted by Auburn. This Cassius Winston impersonator. Cassius Winston would have got that shot up there. But this guy trying to rip off Cassius Winston's look like we haven't seen him before. Not today, brother. Not today. So 6-point game, 4:42 left as the officials are reviewing something here. What is LA challenging some kind of play? The Clippers back to the NBA, Harden. See, chat, look at this. I mean, the seamless back and forth right now. Pause between the games with the new setup. This is us going to be cruising here for as long as this setup is the most ideal way to continue approach. And the way we were going to upgrade to like one sort of bigger screen and, you know, just go a little bit nicer with the bigger screen. But then there was a good deal on some multiple smaller screens. It was like, well, at the end of the day, there is a lot of basketball on it some of these days. So uh, the move might be, and again, for a day like this, it's perfect. We can throw the Clippers and Cavs on. Just boom, boom, boom. Right next to some awesome March Madness. But Kenny Atkinson versus Tyronn Lue as well, too, is just a fun coaching chess piece matchup. I know that, again, the Clippers aren't working at full strength. There is also a scenario, I guess, I was going to say, there's a scenario where the Clippers are playing in the playoffs without Kawhi. I guess there's not a scenario where they're playing the Cavs. I guess there is a scenario where the Clippers make the finals and there's no Kawhi Leonard. Make no mistake. If there's a scenario where the Clippers advance into any round, there's a scenario where they advance into that round and also don't have Kawhi Leonard for that round. It's another possibility of just all of the infinite amount of timelines. Is another one in there that branches off from each potential advancement. It's like, yeah, I guess the Clippers could make the finals, and then in the conference finals, game 7, maybe they're going to win that game anyway, so they do end up winning that game anyways without Kawhi. And it's like the awesome. I mean, that would be a great game for the Harden legacy. No Kawhi in the game. Maybe it's more like a game 6. How about that? Game 6, they can eliminate the team if they want to, but necessarily don't have to. On the road as well. Do we have to make it a game 5 now? Because they would be the... I guess game 6 would be at home because they would be the underdog team. So they could go 3 and 4 at home, and then 6. So yeah, if they manage to get into like a game 6 conference finals, no Kawhi, close it out, go to the finals with Kawhi. So somehow they would take down OKC in game 6 of the Western Conference Finals without Kawhi Leonard. I mean, we know nothing about basketball if that's the case, chat. It's just what it is. Oh, chat, they're announcing that Gary Danielson's retiring from CBS. Oh, chat, another childhood. I mean, and, you know, glad to see that he's able to leave in terms of that he's able to walk away on his own time and be able to spend his well-earned free time with his family and with the people that he, you know, or however maybe he doesn't want to spend it with his family. Maybe he just wants to go travel and be alone, chat. Wouldn't blame him for that either. But, you know, however he wants to spend the rest of his free time, you can't blame him for it. And Michigan State is now cut into this lead by 5, so to 5 with 3 minutes left. So if they get close, we'll just continue to be distracted by the other basketball games going on. And, oh, Michigan State, they're not going to the Final Four. We're just going to pretend it's not happening. Auburn didn't just throw the ball almost into the backcourt and turn it over. Thankfully, they saved it. Oh, and they didn't just jack up a bad 3 in response to that. And, of course, Pettiford missed. It's going to be the Auburn guards just taking bad shots at the end of the game. If we get into that situation, that could be a potential disruptor to what Broome has been able to establish here. Baker Mazzara, just another sidestep bad 3, chat. Michigan State, they're crashing the glass much more intensely. Auburn's not able to get the rebounds. They're just kind of stopping Broome in every aspect. And Auburn is struggling to move the ball on the perimeter right now and generate good looks. Michigan State is driving. Not able to get to go that time. So again, Jace, definitely a big part of them actually getting some scoring consistency here. But as a team, still able to at least get the team off kilter. So yeah, 9 for Jace. So we're still in 2020 territory. We could hit both of these bets. Would be nice. A nice little win for the day, chat. We haven't had a nice live parlay follow along in a minute on the pod. Okay, chat. Clippers down 4, 23 seconds. Here we go. Cleveland, a young team, but they're going to have to prove that they can close out this game. They need to be able to do it. The Clippers have no Kawhi, but they're going to compete. Chris Dunn, he's going to make it difficult for Garland. His size is just going to be a tough matchup. I mean, here, let's go to that box score real fast. What's Garland been doing today, chat? And Garland with the free throw, yeah, makes it a 5-point game. now with 23 seconds. So it could still be a 2-possession game here with 23. They're definitely going to need to go down and get a quick shot. Garland, yeah, 5 for 14 today. Not necessarily the most brilliant. Mitchell, 9 for 19, chat. We know the Mitchell storyline. Just can he have that consistency in the playoffs? We know he can get to that level. Oh, great split by Pettifer to the pick and roll. And Broom with the putback. Oh, man. He climbed up over the entire Michigan State defense to get that one to go, chat. They needed that bucket. They haven't gotten a good field goal in a long time. Broom, 7 for 15 and 10. Back-to-back first-half double-doubles for Janai Broom. Chat, if we can't have our own team be eliminated, and I guess if our team is going to be eliminated by somebody, hopefully it's by a team that makes a pretty special run. I guess the Final Four would conclude for special travel by Michigan State. Kohler's doing too much. He's not Hakeem. What are we doing? Izzo, you can get livid about the footwork if you want, but your man just needs to get in the gym and figure out how to keep that pivot foot down. Moving on. Get back and play defense. So probably 2 possessions going back either way, assuming Auburn doesn't take a quick shot, which they definitely will, looking like it. Oh, there we go. Another quick 3 by Auburn. Honestly, just a bad offensive. I don't even know how long of a stretch that was, chat, by Auburn. And this half, they're going to inevitably get a quick look now with the 2-for-1 situation and that's maybe what they were going for, but regardless, you could take a good look. Michigan State here could settle in. Would we get 8 Atkins? Or now it's to Atkins. Atkins driving. Fouled and 1. 16 seconds left. And they have a chance to cut this to 6. So again, in Auburn's inevitably just going to get kind of a tough look here. I mean, but 16 seconds, Michigan State's going to get the ball back. They're going to get another shot. Auburn's going to go down and shoot this shot with 9 seconds left on the game clock. Great finish. Driving sort of outside and away from the bigs, just over the guard. Is that his first make of the day as well, too? Throwing it up at the rim? Okay, bad shot, chat. It is what it is. Oh, ball don't lie. It rims out. And Kohler is all over the place right now. The foul on Broom. He's trying to single-handedly swing the game. He's looking about as red as his hair color right now, chat. Hey, yo, pause, but you get what we're saying. 21 double-doubles this season is a team record for Auburn? Chuck, was that your record? I'm assuming it was Charles's record. And I don't know what was Charles Barkley's best tournament run, chat, at Auburn. Do we need to check that out? Not that, of course, Broom has matched necessarily Barkley greatness levels, but this is impressive stuff. 14 and 9 at Auburn. SEC Player of the Year. Didn't quite break into the sort of All-American stuff the same way Broom did, but 3-time SEC. And I mean, you see from a draft standpoint the talent that he was being projected as well with the 5th pick in the draft. You know, Broom's not necessarily going to be that. Of course, Chuck, playing a junior. And I guess we do have to give respect to the rebounding number as well, too. Because, of course, I mean, we look at the stats here. For those of you watching the video, he did lead the conference in rebounding every year, even if he didn't quite break into that double-digit number. And still, you imagine the scoring is up near the top. 62 points a game is, or 62% from the field. The efficiency has always been there, with Charles Barkley as well, too, being able to attack the rim. They only have 1 game log on here? Chat. This is probably why Janai Broom's able to take down some of these Barkley stats. Just this one random round of 64 game. Oh, they lost to Richmond in the round of 64. Uh-oh. Charles. I didn't realize this was in the history like this. What was the Auburn seeding this year? A 5-12? Okay, I mean, that's the matchup where the upsets happen. We get that maybe Chuck didn't have the team around him in the same way. He had Chuck Pearson on this Auburn team. I think he was kind of nice. Yeah, 4th overall pick in the 86 draft. I'm not saying like, hey, Chuck, why aren't you winning the national title with Chuck Pearson? Chuck and Chuck as a combination. Yeah, went on to score 13,000 career points in the NBA. I was going to say, like, I thought he had a pretty decent NBA career. 46 and 36 for career splits, 15 a game. Rookie of the year, never actually quite, made the All-Star team, but 20 a game, 18 a game was really fun with Reggie Miller and some of these Indiana teams here. And then, of course, he had a San Antonio run, making some 6 Man of the Year waves as well, too, which is probably why we're just subconsciously remembering him really favorably. The Rifleman chat, of course, great nickname. Broom has 17 points. The rest of the Auburn team has 16 points. He's outscored all of his teammates and carried his team into halftime with a 33-24 lead. Cleveland and the Clippers go final, with Cleveland finally getting a good win. Again, even though there's no Kawhi, still a big momentum win to help them establish themselves as that 1 seed going into the playoffs. And then back to that Auburn-Charles Barkley game, you also have Greg Turner with 12 points in that game, 4 for 9. But Richmond, Johnny Newman with 26, and then Kelvin Johnson with 16. Johnny Newman, 2nd round pick, ends up going 29th overall in the 86 draft. Player of the year in his conference for Richmond. Great conference player. What was he, a guard? Okay, he was a guard, so it's not like he was necessarily, going at Charles one-on-one, cooking him. 20 points a game all 3 years, or for his last 3 years in college. 50% from the field every year. Chat. Johnny Newman was a problem. Do we need some Johnny Newman was a problem Richmond highlights? I think we do. He was able to take down Charles Barkley's Auburn team in this 1 year. Yikes. 84. So would this have been Charles's sophomore year? In a 1-point loss, I mean, what do you do? Do we need to go back and look at the highlights? Is that like a buzzer beater type win? So yeah, those were and Pearson was the lead, I guess just the lead scorer on that team, 19 and 8. Honestly, weirdly the better box score from a total standpoint with him versus Charles. So again, Charles, you even see from the NBA stuff, is still gaining that recognition. So the next season, they did make a Sweet 16 run in there as an 11 seed. So they need to be in. That's where you need to be in the tournaments, chat. Back in the day, you got to be those lower seeds. The Cinderella, when the upsets used to happen. Won the SEC tournament, which is, of course, probably the main reason why they made the tournament. Oh, and this would have been after Charles left. Oh, Charles! Oh no! Chris Moore, the freshman forward, at 10 and 5. Not Charles Barkley numbers, but Chuck Pearson taking his game up another level as well, too. So, Auburn fans, who's the better Auburn player, Chuck or Chuck? No, they all say it's Chuck. Don't worry. But they didn't make it in 82, 83, 15, and 13. A young Chucky Pearson, I guess. Whoa! What is this name? Do we need to say this one very carefully? Odell Moss Teller? The senior? Moss Teller. Omsteller. Moss Teller. And Daryl Lockhart. Alvin Mumford is the 5th guy in this lineup as well, too. So apparently that lineup was not that powerful. And then 14 and 14 the year before. A freshman Charles Barkley, a junior Odell, a junior Daryl Lockhart, and then those other role players that help surround the team. So, yeah, for Charles himself anyways, he would be the, again, if we were just thinking Auburn legends to compare Broom to, he would be the one that, in terms of the overall legacy, how the NBA thing played out, he would be the one to compare to. But in terms of the actual Auburn school itself, I don't know if there's another player here that I'm not remembering that would have all the points. Okay, yeah, so the guys from that Final Four run a couple of years ago, I guess, where you have, and of course, Chucky Pearson, I guess, was scoring more points than Charles back then, so he might have a lot of those records as well, too. But you got Harper with some of the assist numbers from that Harper Bryce Brown team, Wendell Green as well, too. But in terms of the other major names, I guess PER for a season, Walker Kessler, Broom, Wiley. Oh, so that's only going to take you back to 2009, 2010. I'm always blind for points. Here we go. So so the points will only take us complete 2000 to 2024. Oh, no, okay, they got some points back here for the other guys. So points for a season. Okay, here we go. We need to go career, chat. Points for a career. And we could go for some game stats as well, too, to see some of that stuff. But yeah, Pearson would be the lead scorer in Auburn history. Mike Mitchell, Wesley Person, Eddie Johnson, John Mangel, Ronnie Battle, Chris Morris, Bryce Brown, Janai Broom, and Frank Solomon is the top 10. Shout out Eddie Johnson as well, too. Is Eddie Johnson, did this end up being Phoenix Suns? Eddie Johnson? Because I think, wasn't there a couple of Eddie Johnsons in the league? I could be wrong about that, chat, but let's see. 10,000 career points. This was a stacked draft. 11 guys with 10,000 career points is pretty impressive. Yeah, this is not the Eddie Johnson that is on TV and on radio right now. But shout out, rest in peace, the two-time All-Star, two-time All-Defense legend, Eddie Johnson. Atlanta Hawks, 70s and 80s. Was there like a fun Eddie Johnson Dominique team in here? Seattle had a 14-game playoff run in 86, 87. 9 games in 78, 79. Would this have been maybe like Pistol Pete? Would he still have been in the league then? Spencer Hawes. Dan Roundfield? So Dan Roundfield, Eddie Johnson, and John Drew? Armand Hill? Tree Rollins? This was another fun team to go back and look at in NBA history, chat. Armand Hill? I don't know how much, restaurant information I'm allowed to give up here, but there was a customer in there the other day whose name was Armand Boutte. So shout out to Mr. Armand Boutte. But Armand Hill, maybe think of that. I didn't even have to write that name down, chat. Just make no mistake. I'll probably always remember Armand Boutte. I don't know if I'll ever remember where that name always came from, but that'll just always be a character name that I'll just never forget. Armand Boutte. It's classic stuff. That just has to be a real person. But when did the other Eddie Johnson enter the league? Yeah, 82 to 99. I was going to say, I thought he was a little bit more 80s than maybe that 70 draft. Oh, another Eddie Johnson, chat. Shout out. You just love a multiple player named team. What would be the best player named team of all time? Probably, it would just depend on how many different like Michael Jordans played in the league, because that'd be a stacked team from the top end for sure. But I don't know if there's been a ton of actual. And the problem is if we search Michael Jordan, it's only going to give us the one. I get the one Michael Jordan. I don't know if there's a ton of other. Can we go to Jay's real fast? Just to see if there's a potential run of. And I guess if we were just doing last names, the Jordan last name is going to have the potential to be pretty stacked as well, too. Dennis Johnson, only one Dennis Johnson. 3 George Johnsons. Shout out. 71, 73, and 79. So I don't know if it's the same guy just making a return. Nah, It looks like we got different birthdays, chat. They just like keeps trying to re-enter the league in a different disguise. It's like, change your name. Just don't use George Johnson all the time. James Johnson, Joe Johnson, John Johnson, Keyshawn Johnson, 2 Larry Johnsons. Okay, Larry Johnson, not a bad team. And so they do have Magic, of course, listed in the names as Magic Johnson, but there is another Irvin Johnson as well. Yeah, Irvin Johnson. And I think Irvin Johnson was not a bad player. Of course, Magic, but the other Irvin Johnson. 4.6 rebounds, chat? I mean, look at this nice smile. I mean, it seems like a couple of just friendly guys hanging out in the locker room. I mean, this Irvin Johnson with the other Irvin Johnson is probably going to be just fine. And gave you 20 minutes of career for his playoff career in 77 games, 56 playoff starts. So you could definitely throw him out there and be impactful. And a couple of runs on the Seattle team with Sean Kemp, Milwaukee with Ray Allen, Minnesota with Kevin Garnett. I mean, he just found himself popping up on these teams, chat. So Irvin Johnson, not a bad name either. Oh, we got a Damian Jones and a Damon Jones. Not quite, chat. Couple of Mark Jones. Major Jones? Shout out Kai Jones. Did we scroll past Jordan, chat? Where's Jordan at? And I guess, yeah, if we were just going last name. So there has only been one Michael Jordan. That's a little surprising because you think, but then again, you're going to name your kid Michael Jordan. Like, it's a crazy move to just go straight up Michael Jordan. But then Michael B. Jordan has made it work. But I would have thought maybe there was one or two other just Michael Jordans at some point in the league hanging out. So apparently, but you know, does that mean we have to clone Michael Jordan 5 times now for this team? And there's 5 Michael Jordans? Because then obviously that's probably the best team. But then you get in the argument is 5 Jordans better than 5 LeBrons? Because there's only one LeBron James too. So if we're name-wise and, you know, of course, player-wise. And there's only one Wawa Jones? Who's Wawa Jones? 1950 to 1952? Wallace Clayton Jones? 10 points a game, 5 rebounds, 3 assists? Could fill up a box score, chat. I don't even know who INO is. Is this not even a team that's in existence anymore? Indianapolis Olympians. The Indianapolis Olympians played the Sheboygan 1 team, chat, that we can't say this name anymore. But the Sheboygan Commanders, they played the Sheboygan Commanders in the NBA Western Division semifinals. And then the Anderson Packers. I didn't realize Anderson Paak had a basketball team in the 1950s, but I guess he did, chat. Shout out the Anderson Packers. Yikes. 37-27. Anderson Paak just going through coaches back in the day. Howard Schultz, Ike Duffy, Doxy Moore. Chat, how do you beat these team names? Pause. Tri-City Blackhawks. All to just get taken down by George Mikan in the 50s, chat. That was what the 50s was all about. Anderson Paak, what kind of team was he able to assemble here? Let's see. Charlie Black, 9 points a game. Frankie Bryant, 2nd team All-NBA, 17 a game. Bill Kloss. John Hargis. I mean, Frankie Bryant, chat. This has got to be one of the original NBA legends. Not in the Hall of Fame. 2-time All-Star, 2-time All-NBA. Not able to do enough. Flash Bryan. Not quite the 10-year. Yeah, you know, 2-year peak. 3-year peak, maybe 4-year peak. Pause. 3 teams in 3 years. The Anderson City Packers, the Tri-City Blackhawks, and then what, the Fort Wayne, were they the Mad Ants back in the day? No, they were the Pistons at this point. Whoa! Chat! Bring back this Marshmallow Man Pistons logo. This is kind of cool. I know it's not really what they are now, but who cares? Fort Wayne Pistons? Detroit Pistons? Let's pay some homage in here. We get teams bringing back, you know, worse uniforms in other sports. Speaking of Packers. But, yeah, maybe we need to see this alternate Pistons logo work its way back in the mix. Next year, celebrate the anniversary of one of those teams. Pistons are good now. Get some merch. But let's take a quick break before halftime is up here, and then we will enter halftime and try to find out which NBA game is next. I think maybe that Portland versus Clippers game will be starting up as well too. And don't look at that, people. Sam is in the chat. The chat just got alive. Sam, the Cooper flag truthers are now out after watching today's games. I guess, Florida, I guess Duke still does look like the best team. Do they look unassailably the best team? They still look pretty good. But we'll see how Auburn continues to look in the second half right after this break. Okay, chat, we are back. Second half about to start. Blazers Knicks has taken the place as the new NBA game on in the background. And we immediately just have to go into a... Sorry, chat, I'm looking like Palpatine over here with the hood down solo. We got to immediately get into a Shaedon Sharpe corner here. Pause, because he threw down a massive lob earlier. The Knicks and the Blazers, I want to say that the last time they matched up was when Bridges hit that buzzer beater, but that was at least the most notable time that they matched up anyways. His season numbers, Sharpe so far, he's had definitely peaks and valleys throughout. You see the scoring get a little bit more consistent. And again, can it be one of those things that, okay, is this the time of the season that every year you look good? Is that always what we want to have happen? But, it's a give and take, chat, again, as well. There is something to having guys playing better down the stretch, too. And, you see him, when he's been in this, since he's been healthy, he's been healthy. He's been, shout out to staying healthy, I guess. But that's also important, too. It's not like he's been in and out of the lineup inconsistently all year. He had a stretch at the beginning of the season where he didn't play, and since then, he's been good and ready to go, chat. He's been locked and loaded. He's been out there, not necessarily, same load of minutes every night. You see, not necessarily starting for the longest stretch there either. But since being inserted into the starting lineup in here, as a team, 6 and 9 is honestly not that bad. They're a 500 team. Again, it's supposed to be kind of a tanking. It can be a tanking team. It doesn't have to be, but it can be a tanking team if you look at certain versions of the roster and certain lineups they put out there. But 15 games, 46% from the field, on 27% of three-point shooting. So again, not ideal, but 60% from two means he's at least getting a little more consistent getting downhill and with some of the at-rim stuff. 6 rebounds a game as well is really good for a guard. Maybe the playmaking is not great. He's a scoring slasher type guy. But, if he's going to give you another dynamic as well there too with the rebounding stuff, that's absolutely, awesome to continue to making him more versatile of a player. So he just needs to continue to get that three-point shot more consistent, chat. If he can get that locked in, you can see the player that he's becoming is definitely a better player as he enters the league here. And even if we go the last several games, still just in that 20% range, chat. 2 for 5. It's really close. 2 for 5, 3 for 8. There's a 1 for 10 in there, and that win against Denver is not ideal. But you see him, of course, like we were saying, with the 2-point stuff and getting downhill and some of the other creators, him working off of them and getting the lobs and stuff is definitely working out for this team. But like we're saying, 500 is good. Klingon as well, too, has been playing a little more. He's in right now. So I think he's going to continue to impact that team in a positive way. And you think about a lineup of Klingon and Sharpe and Advia and Scoot as well, too, if he continues to develop into a starting caliber point guard. That's 4 interesting guys, and I know that we still have a lot of stock in Simons on this pod. It's a very pro Simons pod, but in terms of what that specific lineup could look like in the future, I think there are going to have to be, of course, and not to say that Simons couldn't eventually be a 6-man there. I know he does a little bit of a contract, but still, there are ways to work around that, and that contract's not going to look as bad. And who even knows, he might already be on the... Time moves quicker, chat, now. Of course, so he may already be at the other end of that contract. But there are versions of the supporting cast that you can put out there and go, this would be a great place to put one of those people. So like we were talking about with the Cooper Flag sweepstakes, or like the top 3 pick sweepstakes, they're a team to definitely get in that top 3 range. Like I said, I don't know if they're going to be a Cooper Flag team necessarily, but Ace Bailey's the 2 guard, right? Dylan Harper's the point guard. Ace Bailey's the 2 guard. Yeah, Ace Bailey's like the wing. So Ace Bailey on this team would be nice. Give him the 3rd overall pick and let Dylan Harper go 2nd. Yeah, Washington, would they go Dylan Harper or Ace Bailey, though? I feel like they have kind of gravitated towards some of the size of the players, maybe. And Harper is a bigger point guard, too. You see at 6'6", 220. Even a little more well-built than Bailey. So we're going to have to dig into the tape and see. Harper's scoring number was better. I don't think Bailey was fully the efficient shooter the way that maybe you'd want him to be. as a scorer. Yeah, 46 and 34 is not like elite percentages. I think it's still obvious, like, he's not broken as a shooter. It's just he's got to continue to work on the consistency from that element. Is Harper in the 30s for 33%, 48% from the field. So yeah, I see the appeal for his size as well too. Maybe his attacking ability is right up there with Shaden Sharp's, chat. But I guess either way, either of those sort of bigger, versatile guards would be good in this lineup. I guess just some size maybe to balance out some Scoot Henderson as well too, because he's a little like 6'3", 6'4" in that range, maybe more like 6'2" to be honest. But a little more of a true point guard in terms of the size that he's going to provide. Maybe a 3-position defender at best. So you could maybe need a little bit of a bigger backcourt mate to just feel a little more confident in the versatility of that lineup. So he would be nice. I mean, Edgecombe, I think, has some defensive... and I guess, with, of course, the way the modern NBAs work, I mean, you see that everybody listed here in the top... whatever. I mean, how far... So Fears is the first under 6'5" guy as the 11th pick in the draft. And then you get Jace Richardson as 6'3" as well, too. Nolan Traore out of San Quentin? Was this guy in prison, chat? Oh, international prospect. 6'3", 175 for the 16th pick. Liam McNeely to the Spurs? This Thomas Sorber guy is an interesting prospect, too. We're going to have to watch him a little bit more for some of this draft stuff. Again, I don't know what the Spurs are going to be leaning toward in terms... and we got a couple of picks here, so it just depends on how the board falls and, of course, where we think that talent is going to line up. But you see, any of these guys are going to provide that versatility and that size next to Scoot. But maybe, of course, if you land a little higher up here in the... where you're looking at like the Knuppel, Trey Johnson... 2 guys in that range, Fears again as well. Jace Richardson, as his name continues to move up. Like, Jace Richardson and Scoot is definitely a fun idea as a backcourt and definitely has the competitive mentality and the edge to be able to win over any other backcourt matchup. But is that going to actually work in terms of a switchability, the modern NBA, attacking the mismatch? Is that actually going to be a successful 2 guys that you can play together at the same type of time? It maybe you don't want to overthink it as well, too, as we continue, as at least for my personal opinions on what the draft could be. I'll just have to continue to watch the guys and continue to be able to form more solid opinions about it. But again, just kind of loosely talking about it at this point. It's a fun team to think about at really any point, the guy that they could add, the impact that they could make. I mean, Jace Richardson, I'm thinking about it right now. It could be pretty fun. Him on the Rockets, though, is not bad. Him in Miami is not bad either. Him in Hero is a little bit of an interesting defensive backcourt, but... oh, and Auburn pushes this lead back to 10 with 16 minutes left. Chet, it's the Final Four on the line here. We should be paying more attention. But again, we're just nervous. Michigan State! Hopefully they're not going to be advancing. Izzo. Shout out to the legendary status, but... the Elite Eight, it's far enough. The post move for Kohler, who is 4 for 6, chat. Is he going to be okay? Somebody needs to just, I don't know how to figure out how to get some. He's the only guy you need to be a little bit more pale. Is this an outdoor stadium? Is he getting sunburnt as he's playing? I don't know, chat. Stadium lights are just working Kohler right now. He's the only man wearing 30 FPS on the inside. It's still not even working. Not strong enough. But, yeah, Portland anyways. Up 15-9 right now versus the Knicks anyway. So like we said, they are a fun matchup team. So yeah, it was that overtime buzzer beater loss was that last matchup a couple weeks ago. And then, as a cross-conference thing, they're probably only to be matched up against each other twice this year, unless there's like a random game later in the season as well too. So Sharp not able to get the 3 to go there, Chad. But that was a big game for Bridges as well too, from a shot making standpoint and from a lead creator standpoint. Of course, there is other things, like we're saying, the Blazers are a feisty team, so it's not necessarily why were the Blazers playing him so close. But, you know, you're looking at that, and you're looking at the fact that Brunson's not out there as well, too, for the fact that the Knicks might be able to win that game a little more convincingly if they're fully healthy. But, yeah, he had 33 in that game, 13 of 21 from the field. Towns was 8 for 12, so he was able to still efficiently impact the game and do his thing. Only 7 rebounds as well, too, in that game, so having a little bit of trouble against the Portland front line, chat. Klingon giving Towns some work. 12 rebounds for Klingon. 7 for Towns. And then did no Ayton in this game. Not able to make his impact felt in this one either. But Scoot, he also had 30 in that game. I forgot about that. Is Scoot not healthy right now, chat? Injury update for Scoot Henderson. Okay, not listed as anything. So 4 minutes left in the first quarter. I don't think he's checked in yet today. Chauncey Billups getting a little stingy with the lineups here. What does he think? There's like a playoff play-in push that can happen? Get Shaden Sharp out there. Or get Shaden Sharp is out there. Get him out there with Scoot. Advia, Kamara, Klingon, Sharp, Scoot. Let's run it, chat. Let's see these guys work. Kamara, of course, is going to be up. Kamara might make like $15 million a year. I mean, it's hard to say what. Paul, it's difficult to say what anybody can make for a contract. But then again, Pope is going to get $20 million a year from a team. So, you know, teams will be willing to spend money if they think that they're going to upgrade the roster. But maybe Kamara is more like $9 million, $10 million a year. 15 might be a little rich. DeLon Wright getting the start tonight. So Scoot is just has not entered the game territory yet. No Scoot. No campaign for the Knicks. Of course, Grant and, like we were saying, Ayton and Thibault and some of these other guys out. But only going to Banton on the bench. So I guess it either Scoot was an immediate, like a injury thing that happened today and Basketball Reference just didn't update it yet, or again, he just hasn't gone into the bench yet. The starters are playing so well in this first quarter that, or we just don't know Chauncey Billups' rotations as well as we should. Auburn still up by 10. Pettiford 3 for 7 now in the day. Not in shooting him out of the game territory yet. Yeah, there's Kamara, chat. Oh, and Broom with the swat. It's on our guy, Jace. Broom is denying our parlay, but we love it still. Broom's performance. And you know, offensively, he's not going to, I mean, up 10. If they can keep him at arm's length with some of the other performers, he can take his foot off the gas a little bit from a scoring standpoint. I mean, you think even in, like, off the bench, he can't give you just a couple of minute stretches where you're going to run through and pause on the post. You know, the NBA center matchups are, of course, a different thing. Is he going to be able to do the post work, footwork stuff in the NBA to the same level? Like, the way he's going to be able to roast Kohler in this type of game. But still, against some of the backups, against some of the secondary players in the league, I think there's definitely a valuable role there. He's too good for the G League. It's just what it is. You put him in the G League. Most double-double players by an SEC player in tournament history. Broom at 5. Now ties Shaq and Jeff Moore. Jeff Moore, another Auburn legend, I guess. But Shaq with 5 tournament double-doubles as well, too. Shout out to Mr. Boudreaux himself, chat. What's his first name? I'm blanking on his first name. It's not Neil Boudreaux. What's his name, chat? Yikes. Something Boudreaux. Shaq from Blue Chips, chat. Norman Boudreaux? Wilson Boudreaux? Why is his name just does not come up, chat? Why is it not the first thing that pops up? This should be an iconic character. Neon Boudreaux, of course, chat. Neil Boudreau. Shout out to Neon Boudreau for his 5 double-doubles that he once had in the tournament. So I don't know if Janai Boudreau? Janai Broomdrow? His new character, Orange Chips? The Auburn story? Navy Blue Chips? Navy Blue Chips almost sounds like a sitcom. But maybe it's the Janai Broom documentary series. So we got Kohler at the line. We're under the 15-minute mark. Michigan State with a chance to make it under 9. And I don't know if their defense is necessarily better than it has been the last couple of years, or if it is just a matchup-based thing, but even when, again, like, go back to the earlier part, like, both offenses were playing, you know, they're a little rocky there in the first half. The Auburn defense was still playing well. Like, neither team is necessarily pumped off from a scoring standpoint. It's just Broom has been the separating factor so far in today's game, obviously, with 22 at 9 for 12 and the big slam right there, slicing through the defense. Baker Mazzara with 4 assists. An underrated creator. You only see the 3 points, but that's how he's going to impact the game. He's going to be like 3, 7, and 6. You could put those numbers in any of the box scores, but he's going to have 3, 7, maybe a 14 in one of the games. But he's going to have that mismatched box score. Have you work it. Frankie, the Fiddler on the roof, chat. Frankie Fiddler. Driving to the rim. So Michigan State's not getting a stop either, but Auburn taking another bad 3. A classic end of the half. Maybe there's like a rule Bruce Pearl set the first 5 minutes of the half. You have to actually play good basketball. And then you can start jacking up 3-pointers. Or do they just abandon the 4-pass rule set by Gene Hackman? Gene Hackman getting a lot of run tonight on this pod, but shout out. He's going to be a legend. Make no mistake, there's going to be a lot of Gene Hackman references in the future as well. It's just what it is. Iconic. His name will live on, chat. Even if it's up to the Rem and Sam pod to keep the legacy of Gene Hackman alive. It is what it is. Watch Hoosiers. Watch Crimson Tide. Watch The Quick and the Dead. Watch the French Connection. I almost blanked on the title there for a second. Almost worse than Nidron. Imagine forgetting Neon Boudreau in the French Connection in the Neon Boudreau in the French Connection. The same half of basketball, chat. Embarrassing. More embarrassing than Michigan State's performance. Just forgetting Neon Boudreau's name. But New York has cut it to 2. Oh, Mike Breen. They just cut to the announcers in this game, and he's in his Clyde Drexler bag tonight with his fancy flowery suit on. I mean, Clyde with the zebra print, of course, is just winning the day. Absolutely. Nobody's going to one-up Clyde. But Mike Breen for going crazy with the suit, there's still a subtlety to it that really works. Chat, we've got a zebra striped suit that could honestly be legitimately zebra skinned. I honestly do not know. I don't know what the laws are, but I'm sure Clyde was able to. This could be a jacket from the 70s that Clyde's just like, well, statute of limitations. Like, I'm Clyde Drexler. I'm going to wear this on my honoring day. I don't know exactly what the day is today. Maybe it's just, is this a yearly event where they shout out Clyde Frazier? They should absolutely make it one. But we've got the zebra striped suit, a black shirt with a white collar and a white tie. I mean, chat, A+ all the way around for Clyde. I gotta see the slacks. We need him to stand up. I need to see zebra slacks, white slacks. I'm sure the man's got, whichever way he's decided to rock it is gonna be incredible. And there's definitely a pattern on the tie for sure. It's not a colored pattern. There's definitely a texture thing going on. The camera's kind of washing it out right now, which is fine. I mean, shout out the camera crew. But does the shirt have a texture? Is that like a suede-y, velvety shirt? Like a soft, almost kind of fuzzy shirt? It looks like there's a texture to it, but... Or just whatever the color finish to it pauses. Really awesome. So, shout out, again, Clyde Frazier. Absolutely winning the day. Mike Breen, close second. But best looking booth in the business on a Sunday, chat. We're going to have to... I wish I would have known. I would have pulled out like a crazy Clyde Drexler suit. Put it in the calendar, 2026, Clyde Drexler Day. Or maybe next time there's a Knicks game on in the background, we'll just have to schedule one and do our own Clyde Drexler honoring wear the insane suit type day. Auburn up 12, chat. Under 12. The fans are on their feet. The corner threes. Pettiford. The second half clutchness. Maybe not to the same efficiency that he pulled against Michigan, but if he hits big shots, he hits big shots. And if he keeps Michigan State at bay, that's all you need. Can he be the number 2 on a title team? Is he Tyrese Proctor levels? I don't know, chat. I don't know. It is true when you look at the totality of the Duke team. That's where it really... I mean, as great as Cooper Flagg is, Cooper Flagg might be the best number 1 of all these guys as well, too. But Broome has been awesome. Oh, Bridges with the end of quarter buzzer beater. He can't help himself. Is that consecutive? 2 consecutive buzzer beaters against the Blazers? Overtime and then first quarter? Whoa, chat. Bridges. He can't be denied. Oh, see, this is what we love, chat. The old Walt Frazier highlights right here. This is great stuff. 70s basketball. So much fun. It's honestly difficult to rank what the best era of basketball is. There's just great advantages and great nostalgia to every era. I think maybe starting in the... shout out to the 50s. Again, as much as we love the 50s and 60s, maybe that's the kind of the one where some of the stuff that's a little bit old. But the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and then maybe the 2000s is another sneaky one. Like, maybe the 2000s is right there. Maybe it goes like, if we're going, bottom to top, pause, maybe it goes like 50, but the 50s might even be good. The 50s is really stacked. Could the worst decade of and this is tough, chat, because, for a Spurs fan, again, this is the era at which we dominated the league, but just from an entertainment value, it's tough to say because you got such great players in the league at that time. So we got Shaq, Duncan, Garnett, Kobe. I mean, you do get those early LeBron years. Those Piston teams are fun teams, chat, as much as they are sort of ugly, grinded out teams. Jason Kidd, Dirk, Steve Nash, and those Suns teams like we were mentioning. Like, the 2000s were fun for basketball, but who knows? It's just a credit to the rest of the decades of the league as well. Maybe it goes 60s, 2000s, then the 50s, and then, 70s, 80s, 90s, or 20s, 70s, 80s, however you want to rank it out, chat. But the teens were obviously pretty great with the 2 sort of different LeBron eras, LeBron in Miami and his battles versus San Antonio, and sort of the end of the era of those Celtics teams and the Lakers teams as well, too, being competitive. You've got, I guess Dwight on Orlando, not really, but he kind of moves to Houston, and then Harden kind of emerges as well, too, out of that decade, and really, emerges more in the second half of that decade. But that San Antonio, that Dirk, LeBron in Miami, Kobe, Rondo in those Celtics teams, and then, like we're saying, you get Steph emerging, Steph and LeBron. KD goes to Golden State. Toronto, Kawhi emerges. And then whoever we said before, Boston emerges in the East as well, too, a little bit again. And, more so into the 2020s as well. But, yeah, it'd be difficult to rank, chat. I honestly think the 70s, 80s, and 90s are going to be the top 3 regardless. And the 2020, the teens might be 4th, and the 2020s might be 5th. But however you want to order the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s is honestly totally fine. You start getting into the politics of how basketball was functioning in each of the decades, and the lifestyles that we want each of the players to live. Like, maybe there's a decade that starts favoring other. Like, obviously the lifestyle of the 2020s is like, you're probably going to be taking that with the flights and the training abilities and the contract sizes and just everything, the amenities that you get for being an NBA player is probably the best they've ever been now. But in terms of just the on-the-court product, the entertainment value, rewatching a game, I mean, those decades hold just as much weight as any of the other ones. So I guess we're just continuing to campaign, chat, for more consistent classic games. I mean, what are we talking here for a classic game? That's roughly a 2-hour block of broadcasting. If we're talking, you know, I don't, what's the rule, like 17 to 60? Like every 17 minutes of every 17 minutes for every hour maybe is commercial, something along those lines, chat. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention in school, I guess, but if it's like around a 2-hour broadcast, you know, you're going to run 12 classic games a day. That's not even that much necessarily, especially if you're really, and again, you kind of, these classic channels can get locked in on, this is the rotation. Like, you know, it can be a good rotation. Like, these are the 80 classic games that we show. But again, you start breaking it down, like 80 classic games. Like now we're at 4 days of broadcasting, really. So every 4 days, you know, you're turning the TV on to kind of the same thing. It's a good mix up. I'm sure you're not going to be just, I mean, I'm the only one that probably is just going to have that channel on 24/7 and just run through those games, run through those 80 games right away. Pause. But just binge those like it's, you know, I was going to say it's like it's White Lotus, but you don't binge White Lotus, do you? They drop one episode at a time for that. So is that the way it's it coming back now, chat? One episode at a time. Obviously HBO, Netflix has their model, HBO has their model, and maybe, and those models are able to generate different things. Uh-oh, Broom goes down holding his elbow, chat. Oh no. Auburn up 10 by 10. What just happened? Is it the wrist? Nothing on instant replay looked crazy. Let's see if we can get another one here. Yeah, as the announcers are pointing out, it looks like his leg hyperextends a little bit more, but he's holding his arm and his elbow. So, who knows? But regardless, chat, hopefully he just needs a second. His right arm as well, too. Chat, we lost Juju Watkins for the ladies tournament. You know, arguably the best player in the tournament. We just saw Paige Beckers go for 40 the other night. So it's just, you know, Lauren Betts as well, too. I don't know what the exact first team all, you know, for the ladies, what their team was. But either, you know, Juju Watkins is obviously there for top player of the tournament. We lost her. We can't lose Broom as well, too, chat. Another top player impacting title hopes. Really the title hopes for Auburn. Like we were saying, if, you know, if Cooper Flagg goes down and Duke has to proceed without him, that's definitely like, I mean, that's tragic, chat, and definitely takes a big, big bash to their title hopes. But as they proved, there's still a competitiveness that they can have without him. That team is still a pretty stacked team. I think at this point, could they win 2 games without Cooper Flagg? Could they win a whole tournament without Cooper Flagg? I mean, with as dominant as they've been. Who knows? Honestly, who knows? But that Alabama matchup definitely looks a little bit different. And again, just the ease to which the rest of the team is able to operate is a totally different thing. But, and they brought the mom down to the sidelines. Usually that's not a good thing. Usually that's like a serious injury type thing. You know, he walks off, he's talking fine, like he's holding his elbows. So hopefully he doesn't kind of have an intuition about what that might be. Hopefully it's just sort of caution more so than a definite thought. He's going back to the locker room. Is there a little limp there as well too? Bummer, chat. This is really going to put a damper on the whole rest of the live stream. Auburn 1 for 7. Broom goes out. Michigan State down 10. Pettiford, who was one of the main reasons that Michigan lost, is now going to have to be a guy that we rely on for Auburn to win this game and take down Michigan State. And he just airballed a mid-range pull-up. And he's their interior defense as well, too. He's really a two-way star, chat. As much as you know, I don't know what if we went through the stats, what we could find in terms of cases for other players to be in that Player of the Year mix. But again, Broom's impact on this team, it truly is an MVP. Like, if we're looking at Player of the Year in college basketball, like an MVP, the way we do in some of the league, where it's the impact elevation standpoint, like maybe Shea is a little Cooper Flaggy, where, hey, yo, chat, don't cancel us for saying that, but you get what we're saying. Maybe he's a little Cooper-ish, where he is the best player on a best team, but also just like a really, really awesome best player on a best team, like an historic best player on a best team. Like Cooper Flag, like these other guys can still perform, but Cooper Flag also, when he's out there, is literally leading Duke in every statistical category when he plays. So it's just like, oh yeah, he takes him to this different stratosphere, actually makes him that all-time great team. And I don't want to say Broom is more like Jokic, because again, he's not doing the full all-round game the way that Jokic is, but he is elevating his team around him to a level maybe a little bit more in a different way. So fortunately, Michigan State's defense has stalled. They didn't get a basket going to the rim the last time. Jace Richardson firing a 3 off the screen, off the back of the rim, chat. He is at 11 points, 4 more points for our part. And Broom, of course, going out with 22. So we should have done a 15 and 20. As well, we should have covered all of our bases, chat. It is what it is. So Broom, of course, goes out 1 shot short of 25 points. Our parlay, I didn't realize our parlay was going to jinx our own favorite player to that level. But unfortunately, our man goes down after a 9 for 12 days. So I guess we need Jace to get to 20 here in the last 10 minutes, the last 9 minutes. So somehow Jace Richardson needs to get 10 more points, and Michigan State needs to lose this game. Michigan State is down 10, so it's not impossible in this particular circumstance, but just the recipe of Jace Richardson popping off here at the end probably means that Michigan State's going to win. So can I sacrifice my money for a Michigan State win? Absolutely. It's not even a thought. And there we go. Auburn driving to the basket. Again, spotting them 10 points. You just need a couple of shots and buckle down, play defense, get those stops. Like, you literally have 4 possessions, you know, if you don't foul, 4 possessions to work with 10 minutes to go. So you're in a pretty good spot. Kohler with the good fadeaway is able to get that back to 10. Can't really play much better defense than that. 14 and 8 for Kohler tonight on 4 of 7. What would Kohler at 15 plus have been, chat? I bet that alone was 5 to 1. We should have just looked at the other players who could have popped off. Kohler on Broom. We've lesson learned for the Final Four, chat. We'll be better going into the next round. What about a live bet of Michigan State right now with Broom going out? That would be the other way to try to work around this. Michigan State is 5 to 1 with 8 minutes left, down 10. Auburn just lost their best player. I think we might have to jinx Michigan State right here, chat. We just have to sprinkle a tiny bit, just in case. Auburn defense is playing well, so maybe the wager even becomes a little bit less. It's slowly going down. Pause. Oh, great block, chat. Michigan State with the stop. If they score here, these odds are going to get out of whack. We need to get this bet quick. Face ID. Let's go. Okay, we're staying in that plus 480, plus 480 on the money line, down 10, 7 to go. Maybe is there an over-under situation that we can get here? Over-under is 127.5, chat. So they are currently sitting at, oh, whoa. What just happened? I lost all the live stats here. Sorry, chat. Oh, well. The combined score is, we're looking at 94 points on the combined score. So they're going to get to 30. They're going to get 33.5 more points. Both teams will score X. Both teams will score in X minutes. Both teams will score in second half. In the 6th minute, the 5th minute, the 4th minute. Whoa. That's crazy, chat. The under? Do we get Michigan State on the spread and the under? Parlayed at 2-1? Plus 266? So Michigan State hits a couple more buckets? That might be a... Can they each get to 15 more points apiece? Can we get a half-by-half breakdown here real quick? What have they done so far in this half real fast? I mean, chat, we're not gonna outthink Vegas. That's for sure. So maybe we just need to just screw it and say, hey, let's have a good time. Let's ball out today on the pod, chat. Parlays galore. We can't bet on Michigan State, though, even if the value's there. Get out of here, chat. What are we doing? What are we doing? There's no way. I can't believe that almost happened. Even if the money is right, even if we could win money, even if we look back and go, we were right, there was value there, not even for the win, but for the cover. Maybe there's the under hits and all the stuff works out. It would have been a nice bet, but it doesn't matter, chat. I'm not going to need Michigan State to do something besides fail for me to win money. The under could be a way to fail that, but again, the only value right now is Michigan State in covering and Michigan. I guess the only value right now is in Michigan State playing well and forcing Auburn not to play well. So hopefully that is not the case, even without the best player on the court for Auburn. You love a little layup tic-tac-toe drill for a Knicks game. Oh, and one of the fans is forced to play the defense already on the tic-tac-toe line. That's what happens. Oh! The fan went to put the... He's playing with the truck, so it's trucks versus X's? Maybe fire trucks versus X's? Oh, and there we go. There's the major mistake. Oh, the double mistake almost. Every time these tic-tac-toe games happen, somebody makes a dumb mistake and puts tic-tac-toe in the wrong spot. And the Knicks fan... Oh, he wins a piece of cake? Hey, yo! Pause. Oh, it's a moving truck. A piece of cake moving truck. What the heck, chat? That's crazy. But the Knicks fans went to put it in top left, the top left corner. Pause. Missed the corner. He slid the truck off the mat. So the fan went in and put the X over the spot where he was originally going to put the truck. He had to pivot and go top right corner, but then that set him back up for the diagonal the other way, except the fan playing defense came back, and instead of going bottom left to block the diagonal, he went bottom middle for no reason, chat. He literally had no reason to go bottom middle outside of basically starting the middle row as a row for himself. But then again, he could have done that while playing defense by putting it in the left bottom left corner. And yeah, the other fan might come back and play defense the other way, but that's all you can do, chat, is just, play that next move. I haven't learned tic-tac-toe to think 2 moves ahead, but I know there's like some 3D tic-tac-toe out there you can start dabbling into as well. But we've exchanged a couple of buckets either way. Still 10. Both teams still really attacking. Like we said, the 3-point range hasn't been there. But maybe the physicality and the the less sort of discipline of some of the Auburn bigs outside. Not that Broom wasn't a little foul happy like we were saying in that Michigan game. He fouled out, but maybe Broom is less likely to get a call here later in the game. I guess, again, point proven in the last game where he does literally foul out. But who knows if them attacking the rim is going to favor them getting to the free throw line even more without Broom as well, too. And Broom's just a good defender in college. Some combos, some compare and contrast stats here between Bruce Pearl and Tom Izzo, but it's very specific stats with Sweet 16 scenarios, 12 minutes left. They both have similar records. I don't know, chat. Just seems like on paper, Tom Izzo's the guy you want, and Janai Broome would be the player that you want, and Auburn doesn't have him out there, so hopefully a 10-point lead is equal to Janai Broome with 8 minutes left. We'll just have to see. Pettiford, they're not going to let him handle right now. Is Pettiford even in the game? Oh, they get the ball in the lane. Not able to finish, though, so that's a layup that Broome definitely gets. Oh, there's the three. Is that Pettiford? Who is that, chat? I don't even know who these players are at this point, but that's a layup that Broome definitely would have gotten. So big there. Oh, Baker Mazzara, chat. Baker Mazzara. I'm just so lost without Broome that. Oh, and Michigan State not able to respond on the other end. 6 minutes to go. 4 corners. Bring out that Dean Smith playbook. Run the clock, baby. Run the clock. Let's get out of here. Broome, what's wrong? There's been no report as well either so far from the sideline about what's going on. So I don't know if they're keeping things secret. I don't know if it's bad, good. Getting inside again, not able to finish around the rim. So, I mean, Broome was 9 for 12. Like, the opportunities would still have been there, even with the game, you know, the last couple of minutes here of the game. But one field goal in the last almost 6 minutes for Michigan State is really the weakness of this team in the moments that they haven't played well. And there's Broome back out on the court, chat. Janai Broome. Like Willis Reed. Maybe Willis Reed's injury was a little more aggressive, but and immediately back in the game. Auburn's going to the Final Four. 5:30 left, up 11. Broome checks back in. Lock it in, baby. Shout out to Sir Charles. And our 25 and 15er is still alive. Our parlay is back on, chat. Broome with an and one. Lock it in. He's going to get the ball right away. He's going to score right away. The story's going to write itself. The highlight reel, chat. The Broome career highlight reel at Auburn. This is the moment. Here's the report. Volume up. Okay, x-rays came back totally fine. It's a good thing that, you know, you got to be cautious, and especially you get your team a little lead, you have the ability to take a couple minutes to make sure that you're going for a national title and everything is healthy. Immediately gets the rebound, doesn't even need the bad arm, chat. He's going to go one arm. I guess our parlay might be dead because I don't know if he's going to be able to get a shot up here, but offensive rebound maybe. Broome, left-handed pass inside. He's Larry Bird now. Janai Bird for 3. 25. Janai Broome. 10 of 13. Cooper flag. Who's the best player in the tournament? Janai Broome. He's taken Auburn to the Final Four. Defense on the other end. The Cassius Winston impersonator can't get the layup. And the greatness of Broome is on full display, chat. Right in Kohler's grill. Boom, boom. 10 for 13. He can't be stopped. 13 rebounds. FanDuel, get some rebounding parlays on here. I would have had him at 25 and 15. We wouldn't even have needed Jace Richardson's 15 points. Just Janai Broome 15 rebounds is all it would have taken, chat. So, of course, he's going to stall out, 11 points. A couple of points short. Could have got him at 10 and probably been less aggressive. Maybe 3-4 to 1. But 15 for Jace Richardson in a Elite 8 game feels like a reasonable ask. for what Michigan State might need. Kohler's at 14. And he's 0 for 2 from 3. So maybe he takes maybe he takes a 3 here late. But I don't know if the team's willing to pass the ball at this point, chat. 2 minutes left in the half. Oh! Kamara, another 3, chat. Blazers 51, Knicks 47. 13-0 run by the Blazers last 2 minutes. Michigan State, on the other hand, missed their last 6. We're going back and forth, chat. Keep up! Pause! Akins off the dribble. Ooh, big shot by Akins. I guess 12 points. 3:45. Akins, 2 for 11 from the game. Is not really a ton of hope at this point in the game. Oh, and the foul on the other end. It's going to send Auburn to the line. So, unfortunately, our parlay might not hit, but move on to the next one, chat. We learned we'll be better for the Final Four. It'll definitely be some Proctor stuff in there. Maybe some Clayton stuff. Pause. Cryer. I don't know if we're just going to rely on the star players again, but we'll find the role guy that we think maybe steps up with the double-digit performance in the big way. I feel like there might be good odds on a 10-plus performer. Like, here, let's actually check. I mean, because we know that Duke is going to be playing Houston in that matchup. So maybe they have some odds, early player prop odds already. The Cooper Flag odds already have to be out, Chad. Houston plus 172 on the money line if you want to look for the upset a little bit. But, like Malik right now plus 102 for 10 points. Proctor is minus 280. So 15 points. I mean, Sharp again is plus 150 or plus 116 if we think he's going to have another big performance after today's game. Proctor is plus 148 to have 15 in that Houston game, chat. And Cooper Flag is plus 114 to have 20. So we could get a Proctor 15, Cooper Flag 20 parlay. And that would, oh, whoops. I took the wrong stuff out of the bet slip here. That would be 4-1 plus 426. Cooper Flag at 20, Proctor at 15. That's not bad. But again, they just have the player props. So Cooper Flag at 30, 9-1. Cooper Flag at 25 plus 340. Maybe Knuppel for 20. If we wanted to get Knuppel for 20 at plus 325. Sharp for 20. Proctor for 20 alone would be plus 480 if we just want to bet that solo. And see he has a big game. Cryer is plus 114. Cryer's actually the leader for a 20-point performance. Cryer at 15, Proctor at 15, and Cooper Flag at 20 is 6-1. All three of those guys at 15 is 3-1, so that's not going to be crazy. But move Flag in there at 20, and that is almost 7-1. Proctor 15, Cryer 15, Flag 20. That's not bad, chat. We'll continue to workshop it. We'll see what odds become available if they put together some kind of Final Four specials. You got to FanDuel. You got to get in the lab and cook up some fun bets. If you're going to give us rebounds and assists at any time for player props for college, I don't know what the rules are for college, but if we can bet their points and not their assists and their rebounds and their blocks and their assists and their alternate points, rebounds, blocks, and assists and the team and everything we can bet for the NBA, then if we can't do that in the Final Four, then what are we doing? There's literally 4 college basketball games on to dissect and to throw bets at. You have the manpower to be able to cook up some odds for what the Janai Broom alternate rebounding line should be. I don't think it's necessarily out of your wheelhouse. So just for I'm not even asking to make it a thing for 2025. If you did, I mean, make no mistake, I'll give you my money on those rebounding parlays all day, but we got to have it at least for the Final Four. If you can tell, chat, rebounding parlays have been a mainstay to start 2025. I guess the basketball season, you know, to end the season, but to start the calendar year, as we had to reevaluate our strategy going into 2025, we realized maybe there's an advantage in the rebounding, alternate rebounding parlays. That's a number we can wrap our head around, and sometimes a guy gets undervalued for his rebounding ability by the books. So Auburn up 11, under 3 minutes. Broom not on the court anymore, but honestly, again, you just get those couple of minutes to keep Michigan State at bay, and at this point, you're 3 to 4 possessions away. So Jace Richardson has time to hit a couple of shots as well, too, and make this interesting. If he could somehow miraculously hit 2 3-pointers here, get to that would make him at 17 for the day. So maybe he wouldn't even need that, but a 3-pointer and then a foul on the other end. Some random Jace Richardson garbage time buckets. Hopefully. So they got him out there at the top of the key right now. I guess we're lining up for free throws. Okay, that's right. Oh, and at the buzzer in Knicks Blazers, Bridges not able to keep his buzzer beater streak alive going into halftime. But the Blazers are up 8 in that game as well, too. So just quickly, Oddville with 22 in the first half. Kamara, 5 for 5. I was going to say, I hadn't seen him miss when I've been watching, so he wasn't sneaking those misses in when we were focused on the Duke game. 5 for 5 from the field, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 13 points. Klingon with 2 points, but he's plus 19 for the game. I mean, you see his impact, 5 rebounds. He's defensively a very positive presence already as a center. And even Simon's contributing. Sharp, 5 for 9. Again, the 3-pointer is the only thing that really haven't been falling so far. So the Knicks side, Towns, 2 for 9. Hart, 1 for 4. Wright, 1 for 3. Bridges, 2 for 7. Is not great. 43% of the team to 55.8% as a team if you're the Blazers. 40 to 36 Knicks to Blazers in the 3-point percentage. But yeah, again, it's only an 8-point game. They're not getting destroyed. Just the little separating factors this early on. And Broom is the only guy to even eclipse double digits. I mean, 25 of 64 points, I guess a little bit less than half, but still 40% of the team's points or whatever. I mean, this has to be one of the higher point performances in that category for the tournament, and who knows for the season as well. But for the tournament, like percentage of teams' points scored in a game, Broom with 25 at this point has to be. And Auburn could add a couple more points here without him on the court as well too, and maybe dilute that number. But especially when he was on the court as well too, it was almost a 50-50 split in general. 13 rebounds for himself. As a team, they have 36. So he's got nearly a third of their rebounds too. You know, I get 40% of their rebounds as well. But Baker, Mazzara, and Kelly both with 2 for 3, 2 for 10, 3 for 10 performances today. So not even getting Pettiford 4 for 12. The supporting cast really not even helping him out that much from an efficiency standpoint. So Florida, I mean, we know the SEC matchup. We know that those teams know each other, and I mean they know what it's going to have to take to win that game. But at least you get this game out of the way against a easier matchup in Michigan State. Not an easy matchup in Michigan State, but a little bit easier than Florida. And you get that out of the way, and maybe you go back into sort of an offensive battle against Florida. But even still, like, I get the shooting numbers from the teammates around him maybe aren't overall that great. But the formula of Janai Broom being awesome, and again, the team hitting big buckets when you need them to, is, I think, what is more important than just the overall efficiency of it. So if they can keep the games at a similar pace against Florida, you know, maybe Clayton will have a big day as well too, and they'll have to figure out how to work around that. But if they can keep a similar pace, then if Broome is, you know, of course, awesome, they'll be right on pace. But that's difficult in college basketball, and that's been the tough part about this Auburn run, is as long as, the matchups stay favorable, you like it, but the way they are reliant on one player, teams like that don't usually win the title that often, and if they do, it's like that Anthony Davis type season at Kentucky. And not to say that a senior or late year player couldn't have that type of season compared to a freshman, obviously, but the overall talent that Anthony Davis is and has turned himself into, it makes sense that he's the type of guy that could just kind of one man power a team impact wise to a national title win. Could Broome be in that sort of mix? And I mean, again, that's kind of, and not to say that, you know, his version of, you know, Pettiford couldn't have a DiVincenzo and score 30 points in a finals game and be the reason that they won in an individual game. But again, we saw what Broome's impact and how much he means for this roster in terms of carrying them this far for the season. I mean, almost absolutely disastrous possession getting the ball across half court. They almost lost it out of bounds under their own basket, then almost got a 10-second violation. And they're almost turning it over, and is it somehow a kick ball or a foul? It might be a foul. Almost steps out of bounds as well as loses the ball out of the baseline. And then almost threw it to a Michigan State defender. I mean, oh my goodness. Disastrous. And Johnson has been good in the minutes that they've needed without Broome as well, too. He's at least given them that energy. And been a presence in the middle. I mean, he misses a free throw here, which is not ideal. 9 points, 90 seconds left. You bring back the other backup big man. Oh. Excuse me, Chad. And this halftime performance looks lit as well, too, for the Knicks Blazers game. I don't know who this group is, chat. I probably should, but they're Clyde Fraziered out in the look as well, too. They all look on point. So it's funny. I would go back and rewatch the Knicks halftime. It might just happen. Looks like a fun group. But another big shot. Was that Kohler again? Kohler got a three and knocked Jace Richardson? Oh, my goodness. The parlay just wasn't meant to happen, chat. It should have been Kohler and Broome, and we should be a rich man because of it. But Auburn just immediately responds with a crazy layup on the other end. 120. 9 points. I mean, it's slowly working that deficit down. If they don't... Okay, Broome's checking back in. Yeah, I was going to say 9 points, 20 seconds. You just need to put the game away is really what it is. It's not, hey, we can't win this game, but... I mean, Broome, what are you going to draw this out? What are we going to be nervous? We got, a big missed free throw by Michigan State as well, too. Like, Broome back to the bench. He doesn't need to be in anymore. But, yeah, we got a Final Four game. We're not going to mess around and not just close out a win and solidify a game. Can't form bad habits, end of game habits. Just get wins. There's no reason to just avoid the other team trying to make a comeback. Broome with the rebound immediately to Baker Mazzara, the ball back up the court. I mean, just like immediately just starting a fast break and just, whoo. Auburn, we're back and we're running. Again, I mean, the defense is collapsing on him as well, too, as he's attacking for that rebound. So 2 shots for Auburn to make it double digits with 1:10 left. And, I mean, obviously Michigan State's going to have to go quickly on these 3-pointers, but They're really in the... They kind of just have to go down and jack it up. I mean, do we start playing the foul game at a minute 10 in the second half? You know, how many good looks can you try to settle for when you're down 10? You need 4 more possessions. You're going to be down 11 if he makes this. Yeah, 90% free throw shooter. Denver Jones take the game home. Solidify the game. So immediately dribble handoff around the corner. Step back 3. Oh, there it is, chat. Bang, bang. Now it's down 7. So, yeah, you can't waste your time running good offensive sets here at the end of the game. You just got to try to get points on the board. Akins is a big shot maker, experienced guy. If we can just get Jace Richardson in this mix, who has been at 11 points now for like an hour of real time, has just somehow completely stalled out and couldn't get a couple of more buckets. I mean, Jace, that might be another problem with emotionally investing in financially with these guys, is if they don't deliver, now I'm scarred. Now it's the other way in the draft, where I was such a fan. Oh man, Jace Richardson, he's so much fun to watch. Oh, Jace Richardson, he's making me money. Now, oh, Jace Richardson, remember when you didn't get points for the last 12 minutes or so of that Elite 8 game? And I didn't even need you to win, but your team would have not liked the points because, you know, they were trying to win as well too. But regardless, we'll just have to do our best to put our bias aside. When the talent is undeniable, I mean, that's how you know it's undeniable, is that we can put our bias aside for those types of people. Like, if we can put our bias aside for Jace Richardson even now, that it's a personal fandom hatred and even maybe a money on the table, not one hatred toward Jace Richardson, we're still able to look past those things and go, yeah, the man is a lottery pick. The man is an impactful player. The man was efficient and, you know, additive and effort playing and all those role player things that you'd want from an NBA guy. Like, maybe he is in that range, but doesn't matter, Chad. Okay, so this is maybe where it gets even more tricky than the offensive end is. You just got to foul right away with less than a minute left. Oh, bad pass. A steal by Michigan State. Do they get a foul called? No, they don't. Michigan State, the turnover, the 3. Akins not able to get it to go. Oh, Akins had it. They had the look. They had the turnover as well, too. They didn't even need to take the foul. They had almost played this perfectly. Auburn, such a great free throw shooting team here with some of these players. Couple 90%ers in at the end of the game. And Akins as well. I mean, you think that he's in even a little bit of rhythm, especially after getting the last bucket to go. There's some confidence there too. But from the corner, just not quite able to get it in. Would have made it a 4-point game with 40 seconds left. I mean, now you're not even making a comeback at that point. You're just in the game. The game's not even over. You can go to fouls. You can go defense. You can really go however you want. You don't even need to foul. You can play a straight-up possession almost. And, you know, it gets actually probably a little sketchy with, the 30-second shot clock. But you're almost at the point. Like 10 seconds away from being able to play a full possession and just get a stop and try to go down and get a shot. Which is a lot farther away than you were than a couple minutes ago. So maybe the 28-3 day. Michigan State, back-to-back tournament deficit overcomes. Pause. Back-to-back deficit tournament comebacks, I guess it is. That's what they're called. So it is what it is. Richardson, get it to Richardson. It's just Akins taking 3-pointers at the end of the game. He tried. 1 for 3 on threes at the end. It is what it is. Tie up to Michigan State on the Michigan State off the possession and possession arrow to Auburn. So Auburn's going to get it. Michigan State will foul. 30 seconds left. Janai Broom, people. The double-doubles. You see it now from a statistical standpoint. His season to go down into the books in a special way. but from an impact standpoint as well too. I mean, he's really lifted this team to a special place. I don't know how many Final Fours this is going to be for Auburn. We can check. But oh, Richardson had a steal. Oh, they threw it out of bounds. Richardson had a chance to keep the parlay alive. Oh, what a steal. He should have just dribbled that out for 3 himself and should have taken that. So Auburn's just going to get the ball back. But Bruce Pearl's second Final Four appearance for Auburn in the last, handful of years as well. And they were playing the #1 overall team in the country that year in Virginia when they lost. And they lost that game really close. So that was a team that that team could have won the national title. I know that at a 10-loss team, peaking at 17, a final at 13, they were a 5 seed that year. But by the time they got to the national title, they were playing well enough. They could have. Yeah, they lost to Virginia by 1 point. Was that the Diakite buzzer beater that lost in that game? Akins gets another 3 to go, so Michigan State down 6 with 11 seconds. We should have bet the Akins overs, just knowing that he was going to storm back with a bunch of these threes. So now Akins is over 15. Kohler's at 15. Richardson's stuck at 11. So we knew our parlay was going to stall out and be screwed somewhere. But, yeah, I guess I'm just remembering more of this Final Four game as if they. But Michigan State versus Texas Tech, yeah, they could have beaten this Texas Tech team. Pause in the Final Four. Who was on this Michigan State team in 19? Was this? Oh, speaking of Cassius Winston, and Aaron Henry, Xavier Tillman, 2 guys. Still think they'll be great NBA players on our G League team. Let's get Aaron Henry on the G League team, chat. I don't know. Our G League team's just randomly Michigan State players. That'd be kind of a bummer. But sometimes Tom Izzo, he coaches up a nice prospect. That's for sure. Ayo, pause. But from an NBA standpoint, Izzo's a good pipeline for sure. But yeah, they've gotten to. That was the only one. Yeah, so this will be their second Final Four in college basketball history. And probably their best chance to win the national title, if we really look at it. I guess the 90s here, regional semis. We looked at the ones earlier with some of the 80s runs in there. But yeah, what was this team? 99, 90, 98, 99. So there we go. It's final. 70-64. Auburn takes down Michigan State. Bye-bye, Sparty. Get out of here. See you later. Janai Broom. Legendary Willis Reed performance back on the court, chat. Making a 3-pointer. Lifting Auburn to the top of the college basketball world. And taking them to their second Final Four in tournament history. And this year, Chris Porter, Scott Paulman, Doc Robinson, Brian Smith, Mamadou Ndiaye, the center. Some NBA minutes there as well. So, unfortunately, they lost to Ohio State in the Sweet 16 as a 4 seed this year. Michael Red, shout out. Another guy on a team we hate, the guy that we like, chat. It's just what it is. Would have been too good for our G League team, though, back in the day. But yeah, shout out Auburn. The Mistress team stays alive. They will be going up against Florida and Duke versus Houston in the Final Four as well. So stay tuned, chat. Of course, we'll be back before Saturday, but we will definitely be back Saturday live to watch the Final Four as it happens. Where's it at here, chat? Auburn versus Florida and Duke versus Houston. And of course, we'll be live again Monday for the national championship game. So stay tuned as the college basketball March Madness coverage and reactions happen here live on the Rem and Sam channel. Of course, they happen afterwards. If you guys want the podcast versions, they are available on the podcast feeds as well too, Spotify and Apple. We're also on the socials, hanging out on the internet at Rem and Sam Pod. Basically, any corner of the internet where you can type in Rem and Sam Pod, we're probably over there if you want to give us a follow. So thank you guys for jumping on and hanging with us tonight. Congratulations to Auburn. Congratulations to Houston for advancing in today's games. Obviously, Duke and Florida in last night games. And like I said, we'll be back, of course, a couple of times this week, and especially for March Madness later on. So subscribe, stay tuned, and yeah, just stay alert. We'll be back. We'll be back soon.